advised, suspect is armed and considered extremely dangerous.
Welcome to the Safety Doc Podcast with author, radio host, and nationally recognized safety expert, Dr. David Perrodin. Join us each week as we discuss the best and most bizarre practices in safety preparation and crisis response. Follow Dr. Perrodin on Twitter @SafetyPhD. And remember, the truth will keep you safe.
Hey everybody, it is your good friend Dr. David Perrodin from down here in the infamous North Star recording studio, where yes, we do have a brand new microphone to introduce to you. It is the Shure MV7, and here it is. It wants to say hello, and it's very glad to be here. So yes, this is a commitment here from the North Star recording studio to the continuous upgrade process. Last year it was the floor. The year before it was the lighting, and now it is the microphone. And tonight I am going to be ordering the new headset. This is actually an old headset. It's served me well, but it's kind of deteriorating. It's LYX Pro. Like, these have been my headphones for quite a while, but I am replacing these tonight with a more professional set of headphones. So yeah, big upgrades, but this is a tremendous microphone here in the studio. So it is a USB or XLR option. So welcome. My Yeti is over there in the background somewhere. It's over there. It's feeling sad. But Yeti, I will store you, and maybe for another day, but it was time to make an upgrade here to a better microphone, which is this Shure MV7. And I greatly appreciate this microphone. It's really cool. So it has a lot of good reviews. And yeah, it arrived today. So I'm kind of working out the whole deal with the arm here of how to make it position the best. So actually, it's kind of like getting a little close to me here. So let me do this and then kind of move it back a little bit. There we go. I think we're in good shape now. So we also have, believe it or not here, yes, we do. Believe it or not, we have the safety cam. We have the safety cam in the house. So let me move the safety cam over. There's the safety. Welcome, safety cam. Safety cam over in the house, which is also known as my S8 Samsung phone from a few years ago, being repurposed as a safety cam until it gives out the juice on the battery. I could hook it up to a charger. Yes, I know. But for now, it's not working that way. It is the safety cam. I can't run it from the other side because the arm kind of interferes with the view, but over here is the safety cam. You can see my wall of fame back here with the full-size covers of School of Airs and Velocity of Information and so forth, my books in the background. But there is the safety cam welcoming you to the show. So let me get the safety cam out of there, and let me get me in front of you. Hey, everybody. I am Dr. David Perrodin. Glad to be here. This is episode 191 of the Safety Doc Podcast. Pretty crazy to think that we've been through 191 episodes together, but yes, we have. So if you go on to safetyphd.com, you're going to find all 191 episodes in audio, leveled audio, by the way, on Podbean, on YouTube, and then also I did a corresponding blog post for every show, which is about 5,000 characters, or about a 5-minute read. So you're going to find that also. So yeah, it's pretty amazing because we're closing in on 200 shows. And I read a statistic that said most podcasts tend to fizzle out before they hit their 10th show. So, oh my goodness, we are within 200 official shows here. And we've done many more on a Safety Doc Podcast. Hope you're enjoying this microphone. This is my commitment to you, the listeners, by bringing in this type of technology from our good friends at Shure. This didn't break the bank, but it definitely rattled it here at the Safety Doc studio. And thank you. Hey, Mike. McLean is in the studio. Whoa, I'm good with voice here. Mike, humidity's dropped like crazy here, by the way. It's like freezing outside, right? Literally freezing outside right now, below 32 degrees. Jim, Vanessa, Ron, it looks like a misty Mrs. Wayne, our good friend Solitude Surfer. Hey, all you guys here, Vanessa. So appreciate you guys so much. Awesome books. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much. I haven't checked lately, but especially the velocity of information is making its way all around the world, in libraries in Qatar, in Germany, in England, in China, and in Japan. So it's amazing. People send me an email and say, hey, saw your book, or I've read your book, and I live in this country. Actually dropped off and the audiobook of Velocity of Information today for somebody local who would purchase the book and had me sign it, and then said, hey, I would really like to have the audiobook. And I said, yeah, let me see what I can do. And this person doesn't have social media, and they asked, could I plug it into my TV and listen to it that way? And I'm like, I don't know, try it. So here we go. It's just kind of an experiment, but I'm super glad. So by the way, if you've read the Velocity of Information, which came out in April, please post a review at Amazon. We've been kind of stuck at 22 reviews for a long time, and they're fabulous reviews. I appreciate you for posting those reviews, but boy, if we could get up to, more than 22 reviews, that'd be great, especially heading into the holiday season when people are considering purchasing this book. So please, if you've read it, if you're interested in, again, my voice is, I feel fine. We have this humidity drop that happens this time of year. So the studio, the humidity will drop from 55% to 30% in a week. It's really strange just because it gets so cold outside, but I feel fine. But yeah, let me know and I can help you out with, with this. But yeah, please, if you've read this, please leave a review. Also, my first book, The Velocity, or not, School of Errors, Rethinking School Safety in America, much more than school safety. A lot in here about how people think during chaotic times. 9/11, the harbor rescue in Lower Manhattan, 500,000 people rescued in 9 hours. Hobbs Leviathan, right? Interview of Katie Pachon, Cajun Navy Relief. It's all in here. This is a phenomenal book. This one is really saturated out throughout the globe. This is the one people rush to after a Sentinel school safety event. School of Errors, though, I think 54, 55 reviews. Boy, again, if you own this book and you haven't reviewed it, please help out Doc. Please post a review for it. I think this book is like $20, $22 in paperback, which is a great value. And you can buy it secondhand too. That's fine. Velocity of Information is a little bit more. My publisher sets the price, not me. School of Errors is available, by the way, in audiobook. It is 6 hours long in audiobook. I narrated it. So you get to hear the Doc narrating his book. I narrated it at a studio. It's professionally edited. It's professionally rendered. That's out there right now. You can find that book on many places, right? Sell audiobooks. I'll tell you a little trick here, though. If you go to Amazon and you go to Audible, they're going to be able to sell it to you, but I think it's like $14 or something like that. But if you go to downpour.com, which I just posted in the chat here, downpour.com, you can get the book for $10.99. That's the price that I have it listed at. And it's interesting because the vendors tend to change the price on me. I still get my percentage cut on this. But yeah, I'll be like, hey, I thought it was $10.99. And vendor's like, no, I'm selling it for like $12.99, or $20 or something like that. But this book is out there in audio. Again, it's me narrating it, which is pretty special because you can kind of feel the passion that comes through. And especially for $10.99 for 6 hours, I mean, really go for it. I put a lot of time into this book, and I recorded this at a local studio too, a local sound studio. So this one has been out for about 3-4 months in audio. So yeah, go out there, $10.99. I mean, it's a really good listen, not only just for safety, but just of life, of our Taurus, of our routine, and how to get back to our routine. So yeah, again, Velocity of Information right here. So there's nothing like this in 2022, which is fascinating because this is really a book with 471 citations, 12 interviews going back to the events of 2020. It's a phenomenal book. Please consider it here, The Velocity of Information. It is available in audiobook. However, you cannot actually download it until April 12th by contract, although it's all available right now, but School of Air's audiobook is available. So if you guys haven't done that, please think about it. Please think about it. So let's go over here to the chat before we start. Hello to Rod. We're back, right, Rod? When we're back, hopefully this mic is sounding great, and I think it looks great. Sure, which makes incredible technology equipment. Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for making this mic. It's in here in the Safety Doc. Here we go, Safety Solitude Server. Hey, buddy, appreciate you. I like the new twist to the intro. Yeah, thanks, buddy. I increased the timer to a minute from 30 seconds because, give people a little bit of time to get into the show. And then I also changed the music up to be a little more, I don't know, every once in a while, I'll just re-render the music for the show and for the intro credits. And I think that has a nice touch to it. So let me go over here and check my studio stuff. So here my mic sounded good. Mic sounded good. Mic sounding good. Mic, good. Everything is looking good. So let me get that off screen. Howdy again. This is Misty Mrs. Wayne. Howdy, folks. Hey, Misty Mrs. Wayne. It is Vanessa. Hi, Shure. Yeah, talking about the Shure microphone, which we have right here, our Shure MV7 USB XLR mic, running off my PSAA Rode arm, which I've had for a while, but now the new mic just arrived today. This is the first show ever done with this new microphone, and I'm liking it. It's smaller. It gives me more room underneath the microphone to work with the keyboard. So Ensure has a reputation of being great. It's awesome books. Hey, thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate that. I also have a journal article out in Phi Delta Kappan. It's about abeyance agreements or school suspensions, which are off the books. That releases next week in their November issue. I have a copy of it already. I'll share it with my class, my superintendent class on Saturday. Unfortunately, I can't share it with you here because it is under copyright protection. It has to be behind a wall. So when I present it to my students, it is behind Moodle. They have to access it via a Moodle entry, but it is phenomenal. It's a feature article. And Pritzker Law School is going to be publishing an empirical legal note in March on the topic of abeyance agreements. And then following that, in later in 2023, we might be working on an amicus brief, a letter to the court or a petition to the court to consider kind of a friend of the court information. So basically, I'm against abeyance agreements. I think they violate constitutional rights, and I know they were never part of the law. So it's basically if you suspend a student, but you never record it in the books. So anyway, sub to Donovan Warland. Pray for sanity and peace. Oh, hi, everyone. Let the truth make us safe. Jim, thank you, buddy. This is our good friend Mike McClune. Mike, hello, Safety Doc. A feller feels underdressed for the show tonight. So by the way, Mike, this is the sport coat that I wore on both of my PBS TV presentations, which I'll talk about tonight. I got the sport coat off eBay for maybe $20, maybe it's a little bit more. But every sport coat that I own is either been purchased off of eBay at a steep discount, or it's been purchased from Goodwill, where I just tried on at our local Goodwill, and I'll be like, yeah. So I've never paid full price for a sport coat, and never will. The Safety Dog never will do that. So, but yeah, this is the sport coat, which, I probably paid $20 for, and it got me through 2 PBS presentations. It's a 3-button sport coat, and when I'm on TV, I button all 3 buttons. I think it's a formality. I think people notice. Otherwise, I only button the first 2. But yeah, this sport coat has been around with me for a while, and as long as you get them cleaned, once a year. Our local dry cleaning place shut down during the pandemic, hasn't opened since. So I need to drive about 60 miles to the next reputable family dry cleaner with my big stack of dry cleanables and have them address those every year, which they do. I appreciate that. By the way, I need to get out my Navy pea coat, which is an authentic Navy pea coat, right? Navy as in U.S. Navy, because the weather here has shifted. Although this weekend it'll be in the 70s. So let's go through here. Misty Mrs. Wayne saying your jacket is different colors than the cameras. Well, let's look at that. Holy smokes, it is. It is. It looks different. It kind of looks like a brownish over there in the safety cam, which again is just my Samsung S8 safety cam. What are you doing? I don't think the safety cam is giving an authentic representation of that. So I don't know, but unfortunately, the safety cam is letting us down tonight. So we're going to switch over here to the front on cam where we can see gray. This is the authentic color of the coat. It is gray. I don't know what the safety cam is doing tonight. The safety cam has kind of been aloof all day. It's been doing its own thing. So, just where we're at. Jim said a strange day achieved almost a psychedelic level of pain. God, Jim, I'm sorry to hear that. Stars in the knees, lightning in the elbows. Holy smokes, buddy. I am sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better very soon. We're close to 38 degrees, dropping from 47 last hour. Vanessa, very similar to the weather here. We were 47 for a high today, and it was sunny. And but we are dropping probably to about 25 tonight. I am hoping that my newly seeded grass, including clover, is going to make it. So I looked today, and both the grass and the clover are growing. I planted them back about 13 days ago, the day after my concrete pad was poured. I had several areas that were ripped up, and we pushed the concrete pad out. The contractor brought in some soil, right? So topsoil, and I planted some new grass seed and stuff like that. So I've been watering every day. I watered like twice today to make the ground moist. So hopefully if it does freeze, the moisture will kind of evaporate and protect the seedlings. And then we have like 5 days of between 50 and 70 degree weather coming up starting on Friday. So I think if I can get through the next couple of days, I'll be set with this new grass coming in. By the way, the concrete pad is looking great. Really just enhances the house tremendously. I'm glad I pushed out the extra distance at the suggestion of the contractor. He's like, hey, like we could take this an extra foot, because we had to maintain 8 inches from the property line, which was a little dicey. Like we had to run a line from the top to the front to the back on the property line, and we could go about a foot further. And then he said, you can angle it out. You could actually angle it further, but then you start to get into these weird angles like below 45 degrees, which by city code you're not supposed to drop concrete in less than a 45 degree angle. And it would just look weird, right? So it looks great now, but we could have done a few things to push it out even further, but then we start to get really iffy on kind of like building codes and just like how it looks. Like people look at that and say that looks weird, right? So it looks great. It's turned out great. It added about between 85 to kind of 90 square feet of new space for me, plus like took care of all that smashed, damaged concrete I had on the side of my garage, which was just the previous owner just pouring a concrete pad out there 20 plus years ago onto a garden. So yeah, I'm going to store some firewood out there next year. I've already got plans in the works for putting down some 4x4s and putting half my firewood out there. I'm really excited. Things really look great. So it's going to be, this is Vanessa. It's going to be 70 by Sunday here. Same here. It's be 70 on Saturday and Sunday. So we're running into good weather, which is also going to be great for any final curing on the concrete. So yeah, still in a few weeks. I live in Wisconsin, so I'm crossing my fingers. We are living on some borrowed time here, some extended summer, because usually it is cold and we had a heavy snowfall on Halloween here a few years ago. I took my kids trick-or-treating and it was ridiculous. Like it was 29 degrees and like a heavy snowstorm. But I think like this year for trick-or-treating is supposed to be like 50 degrees and whatever. So I do have a fire going right now. I heat my house with wood. I won't have to do that in the next few days because, it'll warm up, but I stocked the burner beforehand. So it's, we're all good. Jim, I'm jelly, but I'd be happier if the damn barometer would sit still for a while. So yeah, good point, Jim. Keep a jug of water near you. This is Vanessa. So, Misty, Mrs. Wayne, we had snow this morning. Didn't stick, but did a few counties over. Yeah. So thankfully I live in southern Wisconsin, where we haven't had really a hard freeze and we haven't had any snow stick to the ground. But northern Wisconsin, yes, it's happening already. So where I grew up, yeah, that's definitely a part of what's happening up there. Vanessa's saying, I'll make a trip to get books autographed out that way. Oh my goodness. Or Vanessa, I'll tell you what, like at some point I'm going to be making a trip to Pennsylvania. I know so many people in Pennsylvania, from Jim Mallard to Mick DeBis to, Vince. I really need to get out there and also take in. So many people have offered to give me a guided tour of Gettysburg. I need to take people up on that. I'm 51, for God's sakes. Like, pretty soon, like I got to take advantage of this while I'm in good shape. I've lost weight, by the way, like 20 pounds, which is good. It's not because of anything bad, it's just because kind of eating better and whatever, biking a ton, which is great. So, but if that helps when I get out to that area, I think I'm going to post like a meetup. Not that I'm anybody special that all these people are going to meet up with, right? But I think it would be kind of cool to do a meetup and to autograph some books and to meet some people. Like I have people who have driven hundreds of miles actually to have me sign their books or to meet me after my PBS presentation has aired in their area, which is really cool. And I appreciate people who have done that. So this is Mike to Vanessa. You're up in Hartford area, if I remember correctly. My sis is in New Haven, JLM. I think my juice fermented. And this is downpour.com. If you go there, downpour.com, you can get my audiobook, School of Errors, for $10.99. It'll just download as an MP3 for you. So downpour.com. So audiobook going out to some folks as stocking stuff. Oh, thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate that. Yeah, School of Errors. I'm really happy. I listened to that several times. Again, because it's narrated in my voice. And that book really needed to be narrated with the passion of the author, right? And Philosophy of Information is narrated by actor Ben Hawk, who you might remember from 30 Rock or also the TV show Manifest. Ben is phenomenal. He was the right match for the Velocity of Information. Did so much with that book that I couldn't do as the narrator. And I'm just thrilled that book will be available to people in audio. Unfortunately, it's April 12th. You'll be able to first download it. It's all done. It's out there. It's uploaded. Spotify is my distributor. Everything is done, but by contract, unfortunately, the Velocity of Information isn't available to you until April 12th, 2023. But it's worth it. That one is $14.99. Again, narrated by Ben Hawk, who you might know either from The Daily Show or from 30 Rock or from the TV show Manifest. Ben is phenomenal. Oh my God, he did a phenomenal job with the book. Just every time I listen to it, I'm just so thankful that, I had Ben agreed. Ben agreed to do that book, and we had partnered with him to make that production. So, So let's see here before we get into the show. I posted a review on Amazon for School of Errors. Vanessa, thank you very much for doing that. And Vanessa, if you haven't, please consider posting a review for The Velocity of Information. We are kind of stuck at 22 reviews with that, which is weird, but we are stuck at 22 reviews. It's been that way a long time. And of course, when people consider that book for purchasing for the holiday season, they're looking and seeing what the most current review is. And if they haven't seen a review for a few months, I don't know, it kind of like dampens the interest that people have in the book. So anything that's a new review, and if you can also post a picture of the book if you have it, that is phenomenal. I appreciate that greatly. Also, get a hold of me if you're in need of a reviewer's copy of the book. I'm available here at, safetyphd.com. I just posted it, safetyphd.com. Well, that's my website. So that doesn't help you very much. So this is my email, thesafetydoc@gmail.com. That is how to get a hold of me. And it would be great to have a couple more reviews up for both books, but especially The Velocity of Information before the holiday season hits us. So my favorite is the intermission. Gosh darn it, Jim. Thank you to Swamp Dog Armory for producing that for me as a gift to the show. Thank you. Audio is good. Thank you, Mike. This is the new microphone. So yeah, down here in the North Star Recording Studio, we committed here in our accounting department. We said, what can we do to improve the show? Well, we committed a couple of years ago to new lighting down here, which is helpful. We committed to new flooring down here, which was to the tune of $2,400 last year, and that has greatly helped the show. But we also committed to a new microphone, a Shure MV7 USB XLR mic, which you are listening to now live on the show. This is a $250 microphone, replaces our Yeti which was half the cost and also 7 years old, was kind of showing its age. And of course, I was doing some shows with just the headphones, right? The HyperX headphones. I did the interview last week with Megan on those. And, it's okay for meetings. Actually, it's very good for meetings. But for a podcast, you deserve better. So that's where I wanted to add in, by goodness, the microphone here, the Shure MV7, which has tremendous reviews. Also, people on YouTube raving about this mic. I've liked it so far. I have a lot to learn about it. I do like that on top it shows me kind of real-time monitoring. Yeah, the MV7 frees up a lot of space. The Yeti, which I had, the Yeti was a large microphone. This is a smaller microphone, and it's supposed to be a better microphone. So hopefully you're hearing the dock and some of the best audio that the dock has ever delivered to you here through this brand new microphone, which arrived this afternoon. And I had to rush to set up for this show. So, yeah, Goodwill is good. St. Vincent is good. Salvation Army is good. Failing those, surplus store. Yeah. So we have a Goodwill. We have a St. Vincent de Paul in town. Our Goodwill is a modern Goodwill. It's a big Goodwill. It's a very large new building. And great. The Sportco thing is I can try on Sportcos, right? And they charge like $7 now. They used to be less than that, but I know it fits. So every couple months I go in there and check out the sport coats. So yeah. So this sport coat though was an eBay sport coat. Maybe I paid $20 for this. It's the sport coat I wear in both of my PBS presentations. So when the shirt is brown, come on over here, safety cam. The safety cam is playing tricks on you right over here, which is my old S8 Samsung phone. Safety cam, you need to do better than that if you're going to stick around. So the safety cam, which does not hold a charge for very long. Let's go to the lobby. Yes, no kidding. I've been expanding my house underground. Very easy to dig out under one's home. Yeah, Shinobi One, I do have a crawl space under a very large room in my house. I was able to talk with the guy who built the house, and he said, yeah, that was kind of an after decision. We modified the blueprint, and it was all built at once, but we didn't dig that out as a basement. But I've been contemplating whether to have that dug out formally as a basement. It would add about 200 square feet of storage space to my house. And I'm kind of on the fence because I do live on sandy soils. So I think it would be a safe bid to do that. So I don't know. It's nothing I'm going to do immediately, but I've been thinking about doing it because I think it would add value to the house. It would add much storage here. Frankly, I could just make it my dedicated firewood room. Also, I could free up my shop room, or I could kind of build a shop in this new area. So I don't know. I've been thinking about it. So Shinobi, thank you. And if you haven't subscribed to the show, please do so. Appreciate that. Please subscribe, give a thumbs up here to the show. We are under 300 hours to be fully monetized. It's pretty amazing. I've done a few shorts, which have helped the show get, some hours and get out there. Again, we have 1.23 thousand subscribers, but if you have a couple people who can subscribe to the show, let them know, please do it. Keep us going in that direction of more subscribers. I appreciate it greatly. So yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for doing that. And remember, School of Air is our most honest book ever written about the school safety industry. You can get this as a Christmas gift if you know somebody who's a teacher, somebody who's a parent, have kids going to school with the crazy things happening with school violence right now. Boy, this is a truth serum right here. And it's a punchy read, but it's also a respectful read. It's entertaining. You'll pull a lot out of this. I think you can get it for like $22 now. So go for it. Also, the Velocity of Information. Man, this is an awesome book. So right there for you. Thank you so much, everybody. So yeah, let's go. It's good evening to our good friend Bolo and Beauty Ask Beast. Hi, David. I look forward to talking about agency and mimetic desire next year. Oh my goodness, Beauty Ask Beast. Thank you so much. Yeah, I would like to do it sooner than that. Unfortunately, fortunately, I've booked out some guests on the show, so I'll not be able to do that before that. But thank you so much, Beauty Ask Beast. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Appreciate that. Would love to have you back on with here the brand new Shure microphone. Yes, that would be great. So let me go over back to the chat here before we really get rolling into the show. So, hey, David, Mike sounds good. Got your email today, Megan. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is a brand new mic. I just got it a couple hours ago as a $250 mic. It's a Shure MV7. I'm running it through the USB port, not the XLR. I'm pretty excited. Unfortunately, Megan, when I had you on the show, I was using my headset microphone, and that didn't give the best audio for me. I sound very nasally, like I'm ill, but I was very well that night. So you sound awesome. I sound nasally, but hopefully we can get that corrected in the next show. But yeah, I've made this commitment to the Shure, which has so far lived up to everything I've thrown at it. Thank you so much, Shure Microphone, for being right here in front of me right now. Just goofy weather here in Michigan. This is our friend Jim. We also call Michigan Jim. But too dry air isn't usually a problem. However, I'm not opposed to any comfort modifications. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of just throw out when I live in Wisconsin, so I basically just flush the months of November, December, January, February, and probably March. And then I just like start biking again in April because I'm like, I do not like winter. And even though I live here, right, I'm not, they're like, oh, you live in winter, so you snowshoe and you ice fish. I'm like, I do neither of those. You snowmobile. Nope, I used to have a snowmobile when I was younger. The track came off. I had to drag it a mile back to my house. So what do? I'm like, I just get through it. My goal is just to get through winter. So I do hike. Like I have spikes. They're called officially crampons. There's spikes that I strap to my hiking shoes, and then I can hike. And that's kind of cool. That's neat. If someone said, hey, like you can hike out here in winter versus like you can be in Florida and it'd be 80 degrees, I'd be like, I'll be in Florida. Like, so I just make the most of it. And I live by a couple of lakes. So when I do hike, I go by these lakes, and it's kind of weird because you see ice shanties out there, people in these little ice shanties, and they're ice fishing. And it's just weird because like, I'm not a winter person. I don't like winter. I try to like book as much work as I can during winter. I try to do as much consulting during winter. The North Star recording studio down here gets extremely cold during winter. I do have the fireplace over here, which does help me out. I don't have it on tonight. It's not that bad down here tonight, but yeah, I'm not a winter person. So this really sucks. But I am, as my parents visited this past weekend, and they said, up by us, like the leaves have all fallen off the trees, and we've had a couple freezing nights so far. I'm like, well, yeah, it's so because I'm in the southern part of Wisconsin, it's like you get 2 weeks more of fall and you get spring 2 weeks earlier. So, those are pluses. And again, it is going to be in the 70s here on the weekend. I am teaching on Saturday, my law class all day. I have like a lot of cool activities planned for that. I made up some brand new activities I've never used before in that class. I have some papers here to grade. But it is really awesome to kind of be on the university grounds on a warm day. Like, it's just a beautiful campus. It's a private campus. It's pristinely maintained. So you go into this like 1880s building to teach, and you still have the original slate chalkboards, and specially delivered chalk to use on these chalkboards. And it kind of reminds me when I was at Disney World, just how well maintained these facilities are. And of course, I've got all my key cards to get into them and to instruct. It's really a privilege. I've done that for 19 years. I love that. But yeah, that's coming up this weekend. And then Sunday is pretty much a free day for me, but I'm not going to bike. I've kind of retired the bike for the year, but I might do like a long walk or some other stuff. I don't know. I'll do something. But anyway, so yeah, let's go through here. So anybody follow Colin Furs in the UK has dug out tunnels and bunker his place? I do not. So, whoa. I'm burning a ton of wood right now. I'm kind of ahead on my burn schedule. So I might get more firewood delivered. I talked to my firewood guy. He's like, yeah, I've got a couple more cords if you need them. So we'll have to see. It's CNT Design. CNT. Guess what, buddy? Guess what? So CNT Design. So CNT... back there, guess what's missing? It's my CNT logo, which is featured in my intro to this show. So I know, buddy, you got a lot of stuff going on. I appreciate that. So I'm hoping by Christmas, right, I can show this off, and I have relatives here. So yeah, it made it into my intro here for the show. So Coop, I love you, buddy. You're a great guy. I appreciate that you're doing that for me. I can't wait to have that in the background. I just know it's going to be awesome. So it's a good friend, Ron Wayne. So let me go through here. Let's see here. Vanessa's CNT saying, what's up, my sister? How's you tonight? Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Safety Doc. I was working. Yeah, buddy, you're working good. Thank you, buddy. I can't wait to get it here. Actually, because once it arrives, I'm going to change up my entire background. I'm ordering a special frame for my doctoral degree, and I've got a couple other things I'm going to change in the background. So, but it really like starts with your Coop. When you send me that, that's the centerpiece, and then everything kind of gets built around it. There's the sport coat. This is the sport coat that I wore 2 times on PBS, which I'm going to talk about today. I presented 2 times on PBS live national television with this sport coat, which cost me $20 on eBay. Yes, this sport coat is a 3-button, $20 on eBay. You've seen this if you've watched PBS TV, which a number of people have. It's amazing. People be like, hey, you're the guy I saw at 3 in the morning when I was up watching PBS. I'm like, I'm that guy. So, yes. And Man Against the Masses, there is the sport coat. Yes. This is the legendary 3-button Oscar de la Renta, so which I paid $20 for. I think new this is like $300 to $500, but yeah, of course. So let's go into today's show now that we are 37 minutes into it. But thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thanks for the shout out here with the mic. Again, this is a $250 commitment to a new audio system here. I like the mic so far. It arrived today. I didn't have a lot of time to kind of set it up and then go into the there's software that goes with it where you can do adjustments and stuff, but I like it. I'm really thrilled. I'm getting a new headset to go with it soon and stuff like that too. But this is the first step here in our commitment to the North Star Recording Studio was this Shure microphone. Yeah, you should go on Fresh Event. Do you think they would have me, though? I mean, I have to fly down to Florida. I don't know. Those guys are awesome, right? Aaron's been on their show. Rollo's been on their show. I don't know what they would want with the Safety Doc. Safety Doc probably couldn't keep up with those guys. I would love it, right? I just don't know, man, oh man, what those guys would find as an interesting topic here at the Safety Doc. But they are extremely professional. So why is it called a sport coat? Actually, because there's no sports played in. I don't know, right? That's a good question. Why do they call it a sport coat? So, hey, today's show is what it was like to present live school safety specials on PBS TV. And also, never do this one thing if you're presenting live on PBS TV or probably any TV. Never do this. So I'm going to talk about that today. But first, next Wednesday. Now, normally the shows are on Monday. They've kind of got moved around a little bit because of some meetings that I had. Next Monday or next week, the day that worked for Bending Ballistics was Wednesday. So Bending Ballistics, who is a competitive firearms at a national level expert, he's going to be on the show to talk about arming teachers and also the rise in trap shooting clubs in schools. That'll be a tremendous interview. I'm so glad to have Bending Ballistics on next Wednesday. That's what worked in his schedule. The following Monday is Halloween, so probably won't do a show that day. I don't know. There might be an impromptu later, but I love Halloween. The doc dresses up for Halloween. I love it. So we'll see. The following Monday is my birthday, so I don't know if I'll do a show that night, but if I do, gosh darn it, it's my birthday show, and you got to stream that thing like crazy to get me the watch hours that I need. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. November 7th. Yes, that is Doc's birthday. So I presented on PBS TV twice. So yeah, Bending Ballistics. So Bending Ballistics contacted me, and I've really enjoyed listening to him on shows. And he contacted me and he said, hey, I'd like to be on your shows. So, we worked out the topics, and he's going to present kind of a twofold of arming teachers. Like, what are the kind of the for and against arguments? Again, he is a professional. He's an expert with competitive shooting. He's done this for 15 years, right? This is something I've never covered on my show either. And then also the rise in high school trap shooting in the United States. It was interesting because in 2007, 2008, there were literally 3 trap shooting teams in the US, and now there's like 44,000 at the high school level. So we're going to talk about what that means, and also Bending Ballistics does that. does coaching in that. So it's fun. I have great respect for, Benning Ballistics, and I'm excited to have him on the show. And Lisa Lene, by the way, our attorney friend, is returning to the show in November. Lisa's going to be helping us understand the law of necessity. What if you have to break one law, like trespass, in order to save somebody? A kid from, drowning in a pond or something, but you have to trespass. What is the law of necessity? Lisa Lenny is going to be back on the show in November. So yeah, I'm excited to have Benning Ballistics. We've had I've been fortunate with great guests throughout the 190 episodes of the show. Last week, of course, Megan Isui, who was phenomenal. And unfortunately, Megan, apologize. I use my headset, which shouldn't have the greatest audio, versus this microphone, but here we are. So, hey, what is it like to present live on PBS? So, I never thought I would be somebody who presented on PBS TV. That was never a goal of mine. I never set out to do that. So, but let me tell you about that, because I presented before a live studio audience on a show that was televised nationally. Now, one of the weird things of that right away is when you present nationally, people are like, well, what channel is it on? Like, well, your local PBS, if they choose to air it, it's different in every place. So that was one of the questions that came up. People were emailing me like nuts and saying, well, what is it? Is it channel 8? Is it channel 22? Is it channel 0? What is it? I'm like, well, I don't know. You have to check your programming for that. So that was one thing. It airs on different channels throughout the country and things like that. But so presenting on PBS, I was fortunate to do that. It was as I tell my superintendents, I'm like, you have to be an advocate for whatever you believe in. I believe in school safety, right? And it was, so let me tell you how this kind of came to be. So after the December 14th, 2012 attack on Sandy Hook Elementary School, it was a massacre, right? Where Adam Lanza had killed, students and staff. And that was really a watershed moment in school safety, because prior to that point, school violence, sentinel attacks had been more at the high school level, not necessarily at an elementary level. So this was a point when people felt very vulnerable. They were trying to seek information on what is happening out there for school safety, what might be happening at a national, at a state level, what is happening. So did anyone complain about Doc's audio? This is Megan. Look at Megan. Nobody complained about it except this guy right here. I listened to it, Megan, when I transcribed our show, and it felt when I used just the headset, it kind of sounded nasally to me, not so good. And I had this in the works to make this commitment to this $250 microphone, which is produced in the greater Seattle area by engineers who live in that region. And they also very fit, apparently. But I had this on my wish list for a while, and I just decided to go ahead with it and buy this Shure microphone and make this expenditure out of here in the studio, as the economy is going south and the studio finances are okay, but not great. The studio said, hey, we have to make this commitment. Also, Dave, we have to get the Jumbotron in the background, 30 foot by 80 foot. We're going to put it in high definition. And I said, I don't know about that. They said, it's what the people expect, Dave. And I'm like, we have to go with it, even though this room really is 20 by 15. I don't know how it'll work, but yeah, it's going to be happening. So the safety cam, I don't know. The safety cam has a mind of its own. It'll blink out after a while. It only stays charged for about 40 minutes. Sorry, safety cam. But yeah, I don't know, Ron, what's going on with the safety cam? Safety cam, what's going on with you? It's right over there. It's staring at me. So, so after the December 12th, 2012 Sandy Hook elementary school shooting, schools, everybody was wondering what is happening for school safety, right? How can this happen at an elementary school? I contacted my local PBS and I said, you know what? You have nothing out there for PBS on this. No one is doing an empirical deep dive into what is school safety, what is school security, what does this look like? I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to put in the time and research. Would you give me a stage to do that? They got a hold of their national folks. They got back to me and said, yes, Dr. Proden, we will do that. I signed contracts and yeah. Anyway, they had put together a date. I don't know, it was May 13th or something like that of 2013 that I presented then before a live studio audience. So Vanessa's saying he's using a live old, yeah, it's my old cell phone. I'm just linking it in here on my local network until it dies. The battery doesn't stay charged very long. It's a safety cam to kind of give you a view of the studio, what is down here. So my wall of fame over there, and then my wall of kind of nothingness and back me, which I have to change when Coop mails me the Safety Doc logo, which he already is cut out and he's working on. So I have some focal fry, but that's not the mic. Oh, it probably is. It probably is the mic because I don't have that set on. So let me do this. I'll set the mic a little bit afraid. Well, not afraid, a little bit afar. I'm just getting used to this mic and the settings too. I don't have the limiters on the mic right now. So let me check this. Yeah, so we're good. I don't have the limiters on right now. When I render audio, I run it through Auphonic and level all the audio. But anyway, so this is Beauty Ass Beast. Andrew, do you know where Fresh and Fit got their idea for After Hours? So that's a question for Andrew. Andrew, by the way, what is your most popular item at La Tolteca restaurant in Portage, Wisconsin? That is a question from me to you. So let me get out of this side view. I kind of like the safety cam, but I kind of get like sick of the safety cam after a while. So I approached PBS, which is a pretty bold move. And I said, hey, like I can do this. I can do the show for you. I can present this before a live studio audience about what is school safety. And, and I laid out an agenda and whatever. And they got back to me and said, go for it. Like we'll agree to this. So again, we made an agreement. And so that was in December of 2012. And then it was May 13th, I believe, of 2013 that I presented. So I had time, but it's not as much time as what you think because you have to get stuff to PBS ahead of time. And PBS runs things through a lot of like approval filters and stuff like that. But anyway, it was time enough for me to do the research. So this was a big deal because PBS didn't have this in their holster of resources they could pull into programming after a Sentinel event. They couldn't go to their affiliates and say, hey, here's a school safety special, right? Because there's just been a Sentinel school safety shooting, right, in the nation. You can put this into your programming. They didn't have that. So I was the person to create that. So it was a big responsibility, by the way, to create this. And I spent at least 1,000, no, this is not hyperbole, at least 1,000 hours putting this together. So, and what I did is, so my show prep, where to begin, right? So my show was scheduled. So basically it said you have an hour, which by the way, the first time I was on PBS, I did an hour and 20 minutes, which wasn't fatal, but in a way it was, because an hour and 20 minutes does not get syndicated. Nobody looks at that and says, oh, I can plug that into my local programming if you're PBS, because like, what do you do for an hour and 20 minutes? You have 10 minutes then where you have to run like commercials or like public service announcements. So it's hard to syndicate an hour and 20 minute show. So my first show that I did, I ran over, and that became an issue for syndication with that. The show's still out there at pbs.com and all that, but it doesn't get syndicated a lot. It's a really good show. And it's different than my second one in 2019, but unfortunately, because I went over the time limit, it really limits the syndication. That show still gets aired, but it limits the syndication. So basically I put together a PowerPoint. I rehearsed it many times just in front of myself, right? And I would record it and I would play it back and I'd listen. I would send it to people on YouTube unlisted, right? I'd say, here, like, listen to this, like critique the hell out of it. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. And then also I contacted parents of children who were killed or injured in acts of school violence. So I reached out to them and many of them have become friends of mine. And I said, I'm going to do this presentation on PBS. I do not want to make this come off where I'm insensitive to you as a parent who had a child killed. And by the way, that's one thing they explicitly said to me. Please do not say we lost our child in a school shooting. our child was killed. Our child was taken from us. I'm like, got it. So I said, I don't want, this is going to be punchy, right? I'm going to come out here. I'm going to be swinging at the safety industry. I'm going to be swinging at kind of the legislative perspective on this. But I don't want to do anything that offends you, right? I want to read the room, and I need to be very respectful. So I have several parents of children who were killed in school shootings that I contacted, and I showed the presentation to beforehand. I talked to, and I said, I'm not here to tell your story, right? And that's not meant to be a slight at all, but I'm here to empirically talk about the topic. But I do not want to do this and have something that is so off key, right? That it is increasing trauma to you, right? It's insensitive to you. I don't want to do that. But there's this fine line, right? I'm not going to be this like super smooth, very measured person on this topic, because that's where a lot of people go and it doesn't evoke change. Like, I have a national stage on this and I'm going to be punchy. But I also want to be respectful to you, right? So, parents of students who were killed were reviewing my work and saying, yeah, I'm with this or I'm not with this or whatever. And I was kind of calibrating with that. So that was, and a lot of these people have become my friends. Like, they're in my cell phones, right? They're in my it's a cell phone now, but they're in my cell phone as a contact. And they watch the shows, right? And they appreciate what I did to educate people about that. So, but yeah, so that's one of the things is that I had to read the room. And once I knew that my work resonated with people or parents who had their children killed in school violence events, I was very confident in coming on to PBS and being very confident and kind of punchy, but yet respectful, right? So the day of the show, I arrived 3 hours early. So let me bring up, I'm going to show you some things that I got to get over here, so you can see what happens on the day of the show. So I'm not nervous from big audiences. That never really affects me. Like, I'm not terrified before a studio audience, stuff like that. So I'm more like, the technical accuracy of stuff gets to me. Like, I want things to be technically accurate. So let's go here into Safety Doc Podcast. So, by the way, if you've read the book of Philosophy of Information, please post a review. Beauty Ask Beast, please post a review. People are making their Christmas decisions right now, and I hope that they purchase this book. Let me see here. What the hell? Where are my slides? Here they are. Okay. So that's kind of weird. All right. So this is going to be from my 2019 press. Apparently I don't have a lot of pictures from my 2013 presentation. So let's go here to share screen. And so you get there 3 hours ahead of time. And the reason you do that is obviously you got to check things out. You got to become familiar with the settings. So this is in Wisconsin. This is PBS. So this is the studio. This is the screen that the audience sees, and this is the podium where I'm presenting at. And that podium I'll show you in just a minute from the other side of the picture, because there's monitors on it. There's many things that the podium conveys to you. It's just not a podium. And then in the back here is where the cameras are all set up in different angles, right? And then you're also getting different cues from the camera, but you are presenting before a live studio audience. They actually lock all of these doors, and they have signs outside saying this is a live recorded show. You cannot enter, and they keep people outside to make sure there are no disruptions and things like that. So it's really a big time. So this is where I presented both of my PBS presentations. These are pictures taken in 2019 before the presentation started. So yeah. There we go. So let me bring up another presentation. So I just talked to you about what happens beforehand. So let's look here. This is the podium, right? So right here's the keyboard. All right, there's one of my throat lozenges. Here's like my notes for the presentation. There's my slide clicker, my water. I'm surprised it didn't make me take the Aquafina tag off of that. But so you get cues right here off of this monitor, which has many fingerprints on it. This monitor is coming from you live in the booth, and the cameras are set up here, right? So this is before the cameras have set up, but you're getting information live from the booth, and you're getting information. Here's your screen. Here's the timer. It's actually this timer right here. So, but yeah, you're getting everything communicated directions down here from the screen, right? You also have an earpiece in, and this is where the computer is, their desktop or whatever. So this is opened up, it's unlocked for you. What does it say? Do not attempt to move. Podium is bolted to floor. Well, I didn't try that, but once you present and they approve it, they lock this. You cannot make any changes into your presentation from that point on. Again, this is the 2019, so I'm sure it's been probably updated. So yeah, you get everything programmed ahead of time. Here's the microphone that I wore, and you're getting cues. And there's also cues coming from up here in the booth. There's color-coded cues coming to tell you how much time you have left. All of that is coming out during the show. It's kind of weird though, because like when the lights turn on from up above, it's very hard to see anything from back here. So I did have people that had certain assigned seats that held up different cards, like an 8x11 orange card or yellow card with like the number 10 or the number 5 to let me know how many minutes I had left. Because although I didn't make the time on it the first time, I did have the second time I made the 1 hour. So Corey is saying locking fire exits. You can exit without any problem, right? You just can't come in the room once the show has started. They post people outside the doors, and then they post signs saying there's a live studio recording. But yeah, you could obviously leave the room. There's 2 exits in the back and one in the front. So so this is your command central. This is very big, by the way. I would say this is easily 5 foot across. It's just this massive kind of control center. And again, you're getting cues from the booth on what's happening. So, but here it is. So here's the studio audience. It fills out when you're presenting, who you're presenting to. The cameras are all set up back here, aimed down on you. So a couple things right there. So let me bring up another photo. So this was at the start of the show, and this was the show host, Tom Zinnin. This is the show host. You can see my stuff up on screen. And of course, I wanted to do this on purpose. I wanted to put my email, my personal email, so people could get a hold of me. I didn't want to be one of these people that presents and then people are like, well, how do I get a hold of that person? I'm pretty overt. Like, here's my name. Here's my affiliation with the university. I didn't want to put my university email on there because I don't know if I'll ever be. I've been with the university 19 years. Who knows if I'll be with them longer. So yeah. But yeah, so I put my email and actually people email me almost every day because this show airs across the nation in syndication. And especially after Uvalde, it aired in Houston and San Antonio many times. People then will look at the bottom of the presentation. They'll freeze frame it and say, oh, I'm going to email the person that gave it, which is great. Like, that's why I did this. So this is Tom Zinnin. Tom was there in 2013 when I presented also. So I will come back in 2015 and do the trilogy, the final presentation, which is going to be significantly different. It'll probably be about like school swatting and deep fakes and stuff like that. So, but yeah, so this was televised again. This is what it looked like. There I was. There's the sport coat I am wearing right now, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah. By the way, like, to present on PBS, I was the first back in 2013, I was the first non-PhD MD to present in like 50 specials on PBS. And then of course in 2019, I had my PhD and I've been familiar with PBS. I've been a veteran of PBS. So to come on to PBS wasn't as unfamiliar to me as the first time. And that was actually awesome. I'll tell you, like, I went out party with people afterwards, but let's go back. So, so the day of the show, you go in about 3 hours ahead of time. You get familiar with all the technology. They're doing sound checks with you. And then you sign a lot of legal agreements. I don't know if there are agreements, but you sign a lot of legal documents saying like what you produce is honest. Like, if you're something you say is false, like, PBS can't be held responsible. You're not going to, reproduce this information without credit to PBS. PBS owns the rights to this. I'm like, yeah, I got it. So all the technical stuff. And then actually in my 2019 presentation, we had the Department of Homeland Security. I think the Department of Defense had to review. I did a presentation of a 13 or 15 second clip, or I don't know, whatever it was, of there was a AI augmentative artificial intelligence expert in Russia who had released some deepfake imagery of like Einstein and Marilyn Monroe, like making them talk like they had a conversation just from like 3 still photos. And I put that into my presentation, but we had to get approval, I think, from the Department of Defense. And we did, but we could only show, it was less than 30 seconds of it. And we got that approved then. So you have to get this all ahead of time to PBS, and they have to go through their approval levels and things. So there's many things like you have to get approved ahead of time on this. But one was the Department of Defense on my 2013 or 2019 presentation. DOD had to sign off. But anyway, so you go through all of those technicalities, and then you do the whole presentation as a dry run. Now I speak at a normal volume, kind of like I'm doing now, for the first part of it to do sound checks so they can set up all the audio correctly, right? But then after that, I am saving my voice. So then I'm kind of just speaking in a normal tone, for the reason I don't want to burn out my voice before I present on national television, right? I don't want to do that. So Ron is saying, what color is the sport? The sport coat is gray. The sport coat is gray, just as it is on PPS. Even though the safety cam is like, no, the sport coat is brown. Look at that, side by side. No, the sport coat is gray. Safety cam, you're letting us down. Safety cam is letting us down. So, you do you go through everything and you check your timing, right, in your presentation. And one of the things I did in real time, I shouldn't say real time, but I did before the audience came in, is I would increase the size of fonts. One thing you learn is you don't have a lot on a screen. From 2013 to 2019, I decreased like what I had on screen, but I made it larger and I made more images because like I was talking, people aren't going to be reading the screen like while I'm talking, but I made the font as large as I could make it with it still being, without it being fuzzy or kind of washed out on screen. So I did that in real time as I was prepping in studio, like 3 hours before the show. So you acclimate to the studio. They kind of, that you're hearing things from the headphones. And one of the things that in 2019, it was crazy is I said, hey, I have a link I need to go out to access this video. I don't have it embedded. I have it on my YouTube channel from the Russian AI scientist who's doing this deep fake stuff. And they're like, yeah, not a problem. You'll have no problem with that during the show. And of course I had a problem with it during the show. And I'm like, can I just download it like to the desktop? And they're like, no, you can't do that. And I'm like, well, all right. But it took me about a minute, and I'm listening to through my headpiece of like, what they're telling me. I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do here? So, in the production you watch today, it's all edited out. You don't even know it's there. But before a studio audience, it was kind of crazy. And, I just kind of went with it and stuff like that. I'm good improv. So, but, I don't know what it was. I had a hard time like going out and getting that video to run, but finally it did run, which was okay. That was the only hitch, and I anticipated it. And they wouldn't let me put it embedded into the system that I could just bring it up from the screen. I had to go out to get it, but not a big thing. But yeah, so you're in this empty hall, you're presenting, you're doing sound checks, you're signing off everything. And then, so when the presentation actually starts, so the presentation is, so with the presentation, there's a few things they tell you. Is one thing is they said, don't look. So let me see if I can bring up a picture here for you guys. So, jeez, what in the world is going on here, Safety Doc? Just booted me out of where I wanted it to be. So let me bring the screen up here. Here we go. This is somebody in the audience took this picture. So I look like, I'm like, whoa. So yeah, somebody in the audience took this picture and sent it to me. So one of the things they tell you is, okay, you stay behind the podium as much as you can, because that's where camera one is focused on you. There's multiple cameras in this room. This is again being broadcast live across the nation. They're saying stay behind the podium. But if you do decide to move, there is this area you can move, which is beside the podium for a little bit. Like that's acceptable, right? If you're addressing the audience. One thing they never want you to do is to turn and to look and point to this screen, which the audience is looking at, because that is the screen that PBS is likely not showing to anybody. They're likely showing you, and they're likely live streaming what is coming up on my screen. So like this, the audience sees it in high def. They're not seeing this like shot from the back with the audience and that. They're seeing very few of those clips. So the moment, if I were to go over here, which I believe I didn't do, but I've seen other people do this on PBS. So I like pointed out and I'm like, that person just did something they shouldn't have done on PBS. If you come over here on PBS and you turn your back to the audience, you point to the screen, you got to remember there's a lot of people they might not be showing the screen on live TV. So somebody's watching from Kentucky, they're not seeing this, right? So this can really mess things up. So you don't want to do that. So you never want to look over your shoulder. You never want to look away from the audience ever. So in my second presentation, I was pretty much flawless. Like I had that down. But I don't know, first presentation is really, really good too. I might have looked over my back. I don't know. In anyway, they edit that out usually when they render the release of the show. So there's the premiere, which is the live show, but then they go in, and I'll talk about that, how that changes from the actual show that people watch on syndicated TV. But you never turn your back to the audience. So I'll watch people do that and I'll be like, they broke the cardinal rule. So look at that. Oh my goodness, it's equal. It's me and the safety doc competing. Well, now let's look at this. Well, now look at this. So yeah. So let's go back to so during the show, you go through everything, and once you have everything set, they lock your presentation. You cannot change it anymore. So within like 60 minutes of you going on air, that's it. You can't make any changes. And of course they do that because, what if somebody were to say or present something that wasn't in their original presentation, right? Well, they'd be liable for whatever that would cause with a live presentation with PBS. But there is this point where they lock everything down and you can't change it after that point. So again, I went in, I did change some fonts to make them a little bit larger on the big screen and things like that. But just those type of tweaks, no content tweaks at all. But yeah, that I did change it during the presentation. So what happens? So some presentation tips. So the biggest thing is they give you 60 minutes, 60 minutes. You have to hit your time slot. If you go over, it's very difficult for them to cut it out and basically to cut you down to 60 minutes. That's not easy to do. So you end up having a presentation which gets archived on PBS, but not syndicated, which happened with my first presentation where it went an hour and 20 minutes. That presentation is out there, but it was very hard to syndicate. Like if you're a local PBS and you're going to syndicate this, you have to come up with 10 minutes of like public service announcements or other things or commercials or whatever you're going to put in there to make an hour and 30 at least to make that kind of work. So by hitting 60 minutes, actually, I think it was 59 minutes is what I hit after the host did the introduction. Right on, I hit the marks, right? You're getting all these color codes, all these lights, people in your ear, people in the audience. I hit and I rehearsed like crazy because I knew it was important to me. If I went over, that's not going to be syndicated. I mean, this show has been aired hundreds of times across the country. It airs to this day. So if I didn't hit 60 minutes, it meant my show was kind of a one and done. It would be archived and it wouldn't be syndicated. So I had to hit 60 minutes. That was a really big thing. So that was kind of the big thing. And the other part is just like being confident, knowing your audience, knowing your content, and just going with it in the moment, right? I love presenting, before a live studio audience, before national TV, that has no impact on me whatsoever in a negative way. That builds me up. I'm excited about that. I'm thrilled for that here. So I love it. But yeah, it was something where 60 minutes is kind of the biggest thing. You got to hit your 60 minutes. So I did. I hit my 60 minutes. Show went great. So here's what happens when the show's done. So you might think when the show's done, like everybody just leaves. That doesn't happen at all. What happens is the ghost is messing with the safety cam. This is Mrs. Wayne. Yeah, the especially being October here, the Safety Doc studio is notoriously haunted. People will email me and say, Doc, look back at the 1 hour, 7 minute, and 11-second mark. There's definitely a ghost in your background, which there probably is. They're friendly. It's just part of living here. It's part of being in the North Star recording studio. So yes. So after the show ends, they're like, okay, we're out, right? And they start kind of packing up the camera stuff and things like that. But you do not leave. The audience, for the most part, stays. Very few people in the audience leave. You come out to the center of the stage and you just start answering questions. People ask you different questions about your presentation, about school safety, about whatever. And it's just this Q&A, right? And it goes on for about 2 hours. Literally, it goes on for like 2 hours. And people want to meet you. They come up to stage, or people want you to sign things. And so when you're done, you're not really done. So, and it's also really weird because, again, the lighting is all toward you. So to see the audience, like, you got to go up to the end of the stage to kind of figure out like who's got their hand up and things like this and whatever. And again, none of that's recorded. So this is just like, interacting with the audience. And that was really great during both shows. And people from the first show that came back because they loved me in the first show, they were in the audience or they saw it and they wanted to be there for the second show. Like, was awesome. Like, people who drove hours to be in the audience and would say, hey, Dr. Proden, just wanted to be here to meet you. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'm going to take my picture with you or stuff like that. And it was just awesome. It was really awesome. So I was really happy for that. So you have at least 1 to 2 hours when you're answering questions. You're standing in front, and it's pretty informal at that point. Although, like, people will try to pin you down on very certain things, like, Dr. Proden, like, our school is arming teachers. Like, what's your position now? I'm like, I don't know. I didn't cover it during the presentation. And right, if you're going to do that, you got to make a commitment. Are you going to pay for the training of teachers and range time and ammunition, and what's your policy and what's your liability if a teacher, shoots an innocent student? I don't know, all these things, but you get all these questions, and what I found personally was a lot of people had questions where they wanted their own personal viewpoints to be validated by the expert on stage, which was me. So, which was cool. But yeah, so anyway, you get done with the presentation. When I got done in 2019, it was in July, there was a group of people in the audience and they said, hey, Dr. Proden, we'd like to take you out for supper. And it was already past supper, like a late supper at that time. And I'm like, yeah, sure, I'm up for it. So I had parked in a parking ramp I never parked in before. I'm not used to this area where I presented. So anyway, it's a long story, but I went out with these people and it was awesome. It was warm, right? It's a summer night. We're out and there's this group of like 20, 30 people with me. And we're just like going from like bar, restaurant to restaurant, and until like 2 a.m. And they're like, hey, like, this guy was just on national television. Like, I come in there as like a celebrity and stuff like that. And I just, eat a cheeseburger and stuff like that. And it was just awesome, right? Because these people were hanging out with the guy who was just on national TV. Like, they're affiliating. I'm here with the guy who was just on national TV, and they were great people. They were just awesome. So Megan saying, what was the most uncomfortable question asked? So I think the most uncomfortable question asked was about arming teachers, to be honest with you. And also, I had in the first show, there was the head of the NRA was in the audience. National Rifle Association was in the audience. So I'm not going to name names, and I was made aware of it before the show went live, saying the NRA has a very strong presence in the audience at this show. And I think it was because, right, this is a national show. This is after Sandy Hook, and whatever I say could have some ramifications upon the NRA. Although the show never went down that path, and I never had questions from anybody in the audience, but it was pointed out to me like these are huge players from the NRA, right, who are in the audience. And I'm like, okay. But I knew the show wasn't going down there. But the most uncomfortable question, was about arming teachers. And I just, and of course I just said, it's not an area I've researched, right? I have to default to that. And again, if this is something your local board of education deems, the variables that come into this you have to make a commitment to training these folks and paying their range time and maybe paying for ammunition, and liability has to come into this. But I said, I don't know this well enough. And I'm able to do that because like I'm an expert, right? But there's also Kenneth Trump, who I think is the world's expert on school safety. He's a good friend of mine, but I say like I default to Kenneth Trump. He's at a tier higher than where I'm at, maybe several tiers higher. Mike Dorn, people that I grew up in the safety industry, people I respect, and just say, I don't know this. But I really, I didn't get hit with a lot of questions I couldn't feel. There were some people who said, I'm from whatever school district, Megan, and they'd say, I'm from whatever school district, and we do this for like a threat reporting system. What do you think about this? And I'd be like, well, obviously I can't get that granular into an answer because I don't know how this works at their school district, and I don't know the specific reporting system. So, I have to quickly back that up into things like, at a macro level, saying, students need to be participants in this. And you can kind of see if people are head nodding, you're like, okay, Doc, I agree with you. Like we put this together and we didn't get any student input or whatever. But so it wasn't that. It was afterwards, Pokes Bob, hey Doc, 078 buddy. It was when I was out with this group of people. It was this phenomenal feeling. And then also like you could kind of see the people who kind of emerged as self-appointed security for the doc within this group, as we would like go into places and they would like kind of pre-announce me and they would kind of like protect me from other things. And like, it was just it was really weird and nuanced. And when I was done, it was like 2:00 in the morning, and I'm like, this has been great. It's been a time of my life. By the way, I wasn't like drinking crazily or anything like that, but I said, I don't know where I parked. I don't know this area. I don't know what parking ramp I'm in. I took like a picture. I don't even know what, because like, but at that time we were like marching all over as this group of like, 20, 30 people. And probably, like 10 people stayed with me to find my car. Like we're going parking ramp to parking ramp. We're trying to match up the picture. And when I found my car, there's like this group of 10 people around me and they're like, hey, good. And again, it's just because I didn't know the area, and it was dark out. I didn't have like a GPS type tracking thing. Actually, I did have a new app on for my car, which I could have like pinpointed, but I don't know how to use it. But it was crazy because like people were just like that into this experience. And I was good in real time. Like, again, like I kind of think if I was in the audience and people dressed up for this is another thing that is very much a point of like, when you have a live studio audience, like people dressed to the nines. Like you're not getting people in there in shorts and a t-shirt. Like they are dressed to the nines. And if they get to hang out with you, the person who was just on national television, that is a hell of a thing for them to do that. And if it was me and I was in the audience, and I got to hang out with someone who was just on national television, that would be a big thing. So like it was this great experience, right, to do this. And then these people offered to do this, and then they just kind of like formed themselves into this group that was going to take me throughout, and all of these places. And instantly when you enter, right, you enter a place and you're like, hey, this guy was just on national PBS like 75 minutes ago. Like you elevate to like the star of whatever restaurant or bar you're in. It was just phenomenal. So I thank those people. They had a great time with it. And I didn't manipulate the position to say, oh, like free cheeseburger for Doc. I didn't do any of that. I paid for my own food and stuff like that. I didn't manipulate, the positionality, but it was a hell of a time. So yeah, afterwards, you hang out with people, and So another question, does PBS rerun the presentation? They absolutely do, especially the 2019 presentation, which is 60 minutes. That airs all the time. It's probably airing right now somewhere. And that's not hyperbole. It airs all the time, especially after the Uvalde school massacre. My presentation was running nonstop across the US. Every morning I'd wake up and I'd have emails from people saying, hey, watch your presentation. And I don't want to jinx this, but when people email me, they're saying, thank you for doing this. And then they also say like, whoa, I get the vibe. The doc is slightly absent-minded. Somebody got to watch his back sometimes. Well, whoa, maybe. I don't know, Jim. I have pretty good situational awareness, but actually, so in both of these times I was on PBS, especially in 2019, there were people in the audience, though, who were good friends of mine who then were in this group that went out afterwards. So like people had my back. And again, I wasn't any compromised state. I wasn't going out drinking. Like I'd be like, hey, like I'll have a Coca-Cola and a cheeseburger, right? Because I knew I had to drive home that night too. But I was having a fun time with it. I was just really, I was soaking in because I also realized the moment that this was a great moment for me, and it might not happen again. Who knows what will happen when I present the trilogy on PBS, and this was a great moment for the people who were participating in this. Like, this is something they went home and they told their families and friends about. Like, I went out last night with a guy who was on PBS, right? And we partied at the Great Dane, and then we went here and there, and Doc's a good guy, right? So does PBS rerun these things? Absolutely. My 2013 presentation, not as much, because again, that was an hour and 20 minutes. And it's hard to shoehorn that in. It's still a great presentation. It hasn't really lost its luster with age. And it couples well to 2019. They're not redundant. The 2019 presentation, though, was like lights out. Like, that was just phenomenal. And that thing airs nonstop across the US. I get emails every day on that. And most people just say, hey, thank you for putting this together. I learned a lot. I Googled your name. Like, I bought your book. I found other content you've done. People also will want to email me or mail me stuff. They will mail me, like it's things like they'll email me an article in their newspaper about school safety. And maybe it's something from when their kids were in school, like 10 years ago. Or they'll email me if somebody in their district died of violence, was killed of student violence. They'll email me the story about that from the paper or other things. And so I think some of it is, I do have people who email me, people who do want to meet. It's interesting because during the pandemic, people would email me and they'd say, hey, I want to meet. And by the way, like, I can send you proof of my vaccinations. I had that quite a bit. Because I live next to Madison, the metro area. So typically if I meet people, I would meet in the metro area, and don't meet me in my house. Right. But I would meet in the metro area, and people like the book, or they'd have a, whatever. But, and that was pretty fascinating, right? Like, people would say like, hey, like I can provide my proof of vaccination to you before me. I'm like, I'm all good. Like, if we're going to meet at a restaurant, I don't need to vet you on 10 boosters and stuff like that. But people, I think what was happening was people just, what I found is people just wanted to be heard. People had some experience, whether it was 20 years ago or 2 years ago, right? And they saw my presentation. They're like, that guy gets it. That guy over there with the safety cam, like, he gets it. Like, I am so thankful, or I went to battle with my school board on this, or I was a school administrator, or I was a parent, or my child was the recipient of school violence, or my child was killed, right? And this guy seems to get it, like in this presentation. So I'm going to reach out and contact him. So those are some really phenomenal moments. Or people who've done very singular research into a theme of saying, I think, Dr. Broden, I think that food additives are a understudied factor in school violence, and here's my research why. Like, right? So some of that stuff would be coming in. So Ting Ting is saying, hey, hit that like button if you haven't, and I'm going to say, yeah, subscribe and thumbs up. I'm at 1,239 subscribers. You could be the person that gets us to 124K, which would be awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching the show. We are within 300 watch hours of being monetized, which is awesome and crazy at the same time. So once, I'll tell you, once you get a show that's monetized and once you get more subscribers, it makes it easier for me to bring on guests, especially, guests who might have a lot of stuff going on and they're looking and saying, I can maybe do 2 shows this week. Here's a show that's monetized and here's a show with like 200 subscribers. I know a lot of people really gave me a shot when I was down at just a couple hundred subscribers, but it's the way that it works. People have to prioritize their time. Kind of the more prominence this channel has, the more likely it is that we do have guests on the show. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, give me a thumbs up. I appreciate it. Looks like we're over at 21 there. Appreciate that very much. Thank you. Ting ting. So people would people would reach out to me and share kind of these personal stories, or they'd say, hey, can I call you? And also I had a number of safety professionals around the country, like, hey, I'm the school safety coordinator for whatever district in Florida or Colorado or whatever. And like, I saw your PBS thing. I found your YouTube channel. I just downloaded 150 of your shows. I'm like, holy smokes, man. And can I call you? Can I talk about, some of the stuff with you or some of the things we've been doing? Or like, or I had board members. I had Board of Education members who emailed me or would call me, right? Or would ask to call and say, like, your presentation is an easement into a discussion in my district. I've been fighting all this crazy fortification stuff, these bollards, and like your presentation is the leverage I finally have to get people to listen. So I'd be like, go for it. Like, that's what the presentation is for. Like, use it. And I never once had anybody who was like, this show sucks. I mean, if that's their perception, then it is their perception, right? But I never had that come in. I never had the haters roll in. I never had the email from the haters, which was pretty phenomenal, right? Because I expected it. I expected there would be some kind of mix of people who were for and against, or thought whatever. But it was virtually all people who found that they just wanted to say thank you. Hey, I'm from Austin, Texas. I'm from San Antonio. I'm from Little Rock, Arkansas. I'm from New York City, right? I watched your presentation. It showed here, 5 in the morning, or I watch at 7 o'clock tonight. And just, and they also ask, like, what are you working on now? So then I'm kind of like, holy smokes, like, I'm on the spot. I got to have like what am I doing right now? So I'd have that ready for them. And yeah, there were people who would just say, could I talk to you? And especially if they were like safety professionals in other districts. I've had many, many calls with people like that. And it'd be funny when I would email back and say, like, yeah, like, now's a good time. Like, call me at this number. And they would call and say, oh my God, I can't believe I'm talking to the guy who was on PBS. And I'm like, yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? So, but no, thank you. Thank you for how much, what you're doing in your district, right? I mean, that was my thing of just thank you for what you do. I'm listening to you. And if you have some questions or you want to talk about like advocacy, like because part of it is like, I'll be like, you know what? I wrote some journal articles, right? I have an article. It's a feature article for Phi Delta Kappa, and it releases next week in the November edition. I do policy stuff at a national level, but like none of this I just did that. I created all of that. So one of the things people contact is, how do you get to this? How do you get to present on PBS? Like, how do you a 2-timer? And now you're coming back. Like, how do you get these opportunities? I'm like, you kind of create them yourself, right? And you can do this. You can write journal articles. You can present before your school board if you're whatever safety. And I just help people, like, you can do these things. The books are a little bit more, but if you want to, you can write a book, you can write an essay. I mean, I'm like, I didn't think I'd be doing any of this stuff 10 years ago, to be honest. Well, I guess 10 years ago was, before my first PBS presentation, but I didn't think I'd be doing any of this. And the thing is, you're capable of doing it. So like, I know all these, these people, I save them my cell phone and stuff like that is just really cool. But, I just tell them, you are underestimating the impact that you have as an individual, right? You have so much that you can do. And I am just, I'm just like, hey, go for it. Like, maybe you're going to meet with a local legislator. Where are you going to be on PBS TV I don't know, maybe. But the goal is just to do what you can do. And I'm like, I will help you in any way that I can, right? So there'll be people who contact me and whatever they're doing in their district. I'll be like, here's a presentation I did, or here's materials I use in the legal classes I teach, like use them. And, hopefully cite back to me, but, they're not copyrighted. And if I can be of help to you, and yeah, somebody in their district, and I said, live stream me into your district meeting or whatever. And I said, I won't charge you for it. I'll just, give you some, obviously I think, school of errors is a good thing for school safety, right? And, that's kind of where this all goes. School of errors was mentioned a couple times in my second PBS presentation, but I just want to be like an empirical good person, right? And that's how I think the message was received by people. I'm not here to sell you a class or a kit or something like that. And great, the book is out there, but the book, of course, is in hundreds of libraries across the world, and your library can get it, and the book is $20. And but it's really fascinating how people reach out to you. And again, it's really people that want to be validated. They've had some experience and they're like watching the show and they're like, that guy gets it. I don't hear that from my school board. I don't hear that from the state or the politicians, but that guy gets it. And I was like through this as a parent or like as a student or whatever, and this guy gets it. Or like I'm a board of education member, or I'm a teacher and this guy gets it. Or I'm a parent, right? And this guy gets it. And that's usually the emails that arrive in my inbox. I respond to every single person that emails me. I respond to everybody, and not with a rote response. The first thing I do is thank you for contacting me and thank you for watching my show and your interest in my work. I have, more information available and more stuff is available at Safety PhD, which I'm not selling anything over there. It's just stuff if they want to get it. And then I respond to their question or their, if it's just a purely thank you for doing this, doc, I respond back and saying, thank you for, watching this and, sharing this out with other people and for contacting me. It means a lot, and I continue to do work in this area, which is important for people. They want to make sure that you haven't bailed on this. So they're like, are you still doing this? I'm like, yes, still doing this kind of, or in the policy classes that I teach, my law classes and things like that. But yeah, so it's really cool. It's very genuine. I think it's very sincere. There's a very fragile aspect of this too. Like people will contact you and they'll say like, I want to drive to meet you. I don't want to make this sound weird because I've never had a weird encounter with anybody at all. But people will say like, I'm coming through your area, or I want to drive and I want to meet you, or I've got your books, I want you to sign them. And like, it might be like a day, like they're going to drive to see you, or like, do you ever get in this area? I'm like, I don't know. Doc doesn't travel much. The doc here is, and again, it's not very hard to find me because like I'm a public figure, right? So, but I've never, these have all been people who have been extremely genuine, right? And this has all been very, very kind-hearted people. And they'll say like, hey, like, we want to, I want to meet up with you or want you to sign a book or just, meet you, right? Because, right. And sometimes it's people from your own state. And they'll be like, I didn't know there's a guy in my state doing this or whatever. And I'm like, yeah. So, and it's just, then it's amazing because they're like, holy smokes. Like, and for me, but I always make that time. It's very important to do that. So, so responses to my PBS presentations, yeah, people will email me. They'll ask to call me. They'll say, hey, is there a number like we can talk? And it's usually a big surprise, right? I can't believe I'm talking to you. Like I'm like, yeah, it's cool. Like, I'm glad to talk to you. And what is your specialty? And, school safety expert versus, parent and whatever. And we'll have those conversations and people send me stuff. I mean, my address isn't readily available. So they'll usually contact me ahead of time and say, hey, like, I want to send you this, or they'll like send me a book and say like, here's a book that's kind of related to the stuff that you do. And I just want you to have it if you don't already have it. And I'll be like, yeah, I don't own this book. So sure. But like, if you want to gift it to me, that'd be great. So, but as I said, I've only had awesome experiences with people who support my work. And to this day, it continues. And in addition to that, the presentations has given me a media presence in my biography, right on LinkedIn. You can see like New York News and Sinclair Network, and the media that comes to me after Sentinel events. But I'm not the mainstream on this at all. I run on the outsides of saying, I think bollards are a waste of money in 99% of the cases. I think cameras, two-way radios need to be your way. And school safety, threat reporting systems, and I don't get invited to keynote like I used to, and I kind of knew that would happen after School of Airs. Even though I've been on PBS twice, like most conferences, their vendors are people who are selling school safety devices, which isn't what I talk about. So I'm not going to get brought in as a keynote. So it's kind of this weird thing. But anyway, I've really fostered this great relationship with people who appreciate my work, people who have found me, people who cite my work and their research, people who do their doctoral dissertations and they cite my research, my PBS presentations, my books and their doctoral research. That's happened many times on my Google Scholar page. I can find that, or people email me and say, hey, I'm here with the University of Texas doing my dissertation. I cited you like 4 times. This piece that is featured in Phi Delta Kappan abeyance agreements, which is coming out in their November issue. It's their feature. It's a piece I wrote, my best policy piece ever. That will be cited across the country, probably world. Pritzker Law School is doing a legal note. They've cited it. That will be out in March of 2023. And hopefully I will be working on an amicus brief with Pritzker Law School and some other attorneys in 2023 and 2024 to have the law changed to basically abolish abeyance agreements, which is a big thing. So let's see here. Let me go back to the chat. Megan, just giving you a hard time, you guys here. Jim, Raptors game. Raptors, you guys, Raptors. This is Spambot. Corey, the show is great. Check the Vertex IO for it tomorrow. You'll be able to download it. Whoa, hit that like button. Thank you, Ting Ting. So especially when having fun, poop can go sideways. I grabbed a toddler running straight at a pool, non-swimming toddler. They were glad I scooped him up. Holy smokes, Jim. Glad that you did that. That is crazy. No, Doc, the cool part is that you actually take the time to answer. So, Corey, thank you for saying that. Not that I'm famous, right? Because I'm not famous, right? But in the arena of school safety, I am definitely in that constellation of names. And when people reach out to me, I always respond to people, because when I was reaching out to people, when I was doing my doctoral research and stuff, like a lot of people responded to me when I was writing The Velocity of Information. And, I'm getting in contact with Larry Lawton, America's biggest jewel thief, who has 1.5 million followers on YouTube, 1.5 million followers. Larry got back to me, right? And he still talks about the book to this day on his channel, where he gets, 2,000 people watching one of his live streams. So thank you, Larry, for, doing that and believing in me and my work. But yeah, I do that. And right away I get through that with people, in the first 30, 60 seconds of conversation, just make the point of I am as glad to be talking to you as you are to me. So I want to learn from you and move on. So I appreciate, and it is an honor when people want to meet with me, right? And I had somebody today that had me sign one of their books that was from out of the area. And, we met and I signed a book, and, we were talking about the audio, it was Velocity of Information. We were talking about the audiobook coming out, but it was really cool. It's just a part of the way that I am. So let's see. This is Bending Ballistics, who will be a guest on the show on Wednesday, October 26th. Bending Ballistics, Doc, no matter how big a channel is, people just have to realize that we're all normal people. Yeah, I think that's one thing with Larry Lawton. So Larry has 1.5 million followers. And, I know Larry, okay. I don't know Larry really well, but I know Larry where I have a cell phone number and stuff like that. And I learned a lot from Larry, and I continue to learn a lot from Larry. And I know celebrities, right? Like Danny Woodburn, Mickey Abaddon Seinfeld, who wrote the forward for Velocity event or for School of Airs. And I know other celebrities that I have in my cell phone, but I don't necessarily have them by their name. And I know a lot of professional sports players. So you kind of make those connections in this field. And one of the things is right there, if they're reaching out to you or to the client, it's because they're if a professional sports player, but I'm also a parent, right? I want to know about school safety. And so, yeah, so let's keep going here. So Bolo, hey Jim, here's a hug for you. It's Bolo. And it's Ting Ting. Cheek, check, checkout, na cheek, checkout. How to pronounce checkout? I think it's checkout. So let's keep going down here to Bending Ballistics. I have the streaming on my TV, so I'm not really paying attention to the chat. If you say hello, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just not paying attention on my phone. Got it, Bending Ballistics. So Andrew, Doc's right. He's the same person he's the same in person as is YouTube. Well, thank you for saying that, Andrew. So yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it's interesting because I don't want that to be a tagline of mine because I don't think it's a good way to respond to people. But I am very genuine. Like what you see here is the person that I am. This is actually the way I am in the university classes. I'm pretty animated, right? When you meet with me, I'm pretty animated, but I'm genuine. I'm not full of myself. At least I don't think I am. But yeah, I am. And it is interesting because people who meet with me, especially like on legal issues, like in schools, and I've done expert witness stuff, which is really high stakes and things like that. They're a little bit like, whoa, you're a little bit different than how I thought. I'm like, yeah, I get it. Like I'm nailed down on all of the legal stuff, right? Like I can do a 160-page report. I can go through I got all that, but right. But I'm a little different than just a straight up suit and tie, right? So I think people appreciate that. And also in my consulting, it's kind of weird because back in the pandemic, I did a ton of consulting with my consulting business, which was more special education legal aspects than it was school safety. But when I was doing my consulting, because basically I'm retired, right? So if the weather was going to be 75 degrees and sunny, like the next day or 3 days out, like I would get a hold of whoever I had scheduled for consulting, which was usually somebody in the state of California, like a school district. And I'd say like, that day is not going to work for me. Oh, well, why not, Dr. Brown? I'm like, I'm biking. Like, I wouldn't hide it. I would say, oh, I have a doctor's appointment or I've got something going on. I'd be like, I'm biking. Like that day is 75 and sunny. I'm going to be out biking. So like this other day we can meet and really, and the part was, they never said, oh, like, that's kind of crazy. That's really weird that he's doing that. No, I'm like, I think they admired that. Right. And it gave me more credibility with them. I said, I'm not blowing you off for somebody else. I'm blowing you off because like it's Wisconsin. I only have so many days I can bike and, and then winter's here. And honestly, between you and us, you and I meeting and your group here, like I need to be out biking. It's just what I need to be doing right now. And I really think a lot of those people, when they shut off that Zoom call or whatever, they're like, God, I wish I was that guy. I wish I could do that. And that wasn't me like shoving it in their face or whatever. It was just a realization of saying, I'm balanced, right? I'm going to be out, I'm biking. And because I'm somebody who can be out biking, I'm not all consumed with everything. I'm going to give you 100% when we have our meeting. And I understand this might be an inconvenience for you. And you can certainly discontinue our partnership here, our contract. You can go with somebody else, right? But nobody did that, right? But I think they were like, this guy's balanced. Like he has his priorities in the right place. And when I'm there with you, I'm 100% there with you. But right, like I'm getting older and I just know what my priorities are. And if I can look out 3 days from now, we have something scheduled and that's supposed to be like 75, 80 degrees and sunny. I'm sorry, we're not meeting that day. And they'd be like, holy smokes. But also again, I think they'd be like, this is really cool. Like that this guy does this. So yeah, unless you're Ron Wayne, I'm ignoring Ron because he never called me back. Ron, call Bending Ballistics. 1-800-BENDING Ballistics. So I don't know what numbers those turn out to be, but Bacon to Vanessa. Can't own one while I live here. Thought about asking one of my neighbors to borrow his, but it's old and mostly lays around. I guess I had to be a part of that conversation to really understand where that was going. Sorry, guys. A garter snake is not expensive at pet supplies. They're all over our backyard. So you take a 5-gallon pail here and you want to spend a day in my backyard, man, Jim, you will be up to your waist in garter snakes. They're all over the place here. It's kind of a pet in this region. So I feel bad whenever I mow and I hit a garter snake, because I usually do a sweep of the yard, and I'm like, if the snake doesn't realize the mower's coming, come on, that's part of the agreement. Like, I'm not flying through the backyard, but I feel bad about that. So yeah, it should be noted that Larry Lawton came on your show well before he even hit 1K. Did he? I didn't know that. Bacon. I think you're around 400. Oh, before I was 400 followers, then yeah. So Larry Lawton, as far as like character, he has a impeccable character. He is a terrific guy. I know, like, you're like, oh, Dave, you're talking about someone who was in prison. Yes, was in prison, right? Did his time in prison, and now is contributing endlessly in helping youth avoid prison and also first-time offenders. Larry Lawton. And I use a story from Larry in every graduate class that I teach. And what that is I pull out a $20 bill or a $10 bill, depending on the class. And I'm like, look at this. And then, how is this? Anybody remember this? What a bill was like 20 years ago? And it'd be like, oh, most people don't, but like the head wasn't real big and off centered. So I have to show it up on the screen. Like when Larry Lawton was released from prison, they gave him 2 20s and a 10. And, he thought they were fake money because the heads were real big and off centered. And he's like, I'm going to get in trouble when I use these. You're just setting me up. But I use that as an example of like, when people are in school and they graduate and whatever, and they think back to what a school should be doing now, they benchmark it to when they were in school, and they don't realize schools now have like 3D printers and, how communications and telecom and technologies evolve. But so Clary sent you. Well, thank you to my good friend, Aaron Clary. We're both from Wisconsin. And yes, when Aaron is back here, hopefully we do meet up for breakfast or lunch. And that is always a good time. My good friend, Aaron Clary, who, again, we were both grew up in Wisconsin, good friend of mine. So, yeah. Haven't met Doc in person, but did consult with me before I decided to go live on camera. That's indication enough that who he is on the show. So, and Bacon, we will meet up someday. I will get out to the western part of the U.S. I'll let you know, and I will make it a point. I do need to travel out there, and I want to meet up with Rob. I also want to go down to Texas, meet up with Bold Rush and Old Humble, and head over more into your area and to meet up with you. So that is on my agenda. And I do very much will and want to make that happen. So that is a priority. And also Pennsylvania. I want to see Gettysburg. And it's one of those things too, where like my family's like, well, if you want to see it, you go see it, because like I have my wife and 2 daughters, they're not into that. So history. So when we went out to like, South Dakota, North Dakota, they didn't want to see Custer's Last Stand stuff. So, but they're like, hey, like totally go out there and hang out with, your friends. And, oh, my camera just, safety cam just gave up the ghost over here. So safety cam is calling it a night here. So see a safety cam. So safety cam gave up the ghost, but yeah, so, which is kind of cool, because like, I get it. Like if I take my daughters and wife to like Gettysburg, they're just not into it. So like it can be racing through it, where if I go there and I meet up with people, who I've known through the show, or fans of the PBS stuff or the other stuff, and we can meet up and they can show me around, that's a whole different thing, because they're like, hey, we'll take the time and we'll show you through here. So put that on the charger. So there we go. Hopefully the mic is sounding good. Should for $250, right? Got it at Dismore's Electronics Outlet. So might be a little hot. I'll check it tomorrow, but I'm liking it. So I like the look of this too. Jeez, phone's been really crazy. So Riggs Jr., good friend. I'm used to being kicked. So one more won't hurt. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Riggs. Come on, buddy. Sorry to hear that. Ron's on the phone with him right now, Doc. Holy smokes, Ron. Reached. Good. Let me drink a beer and I will get back to you on the time frame at Bolo. Ting, ting. So, yeah. Aaron got out of Wisconsin. Yes. Aaron grew up in Wisconsin. We weren't that far apart geographically, so he's been a friend of mine for years. He moved to Minneapolis, which is kind of just another tier of coldness. It's not very dissimilar from Wisconsin, and then out to South Dakota and Nevada. So I'm very happy for Aaron. He's a hardworking guy, deserves the success that he has received. He's also a good friend. He's a good person. And I'm fortunate to have him as a friend. So I do, out of all of the books that he's written and I've read, I still think Reconnaissance Man is one of the best. And it's kind of a timing thing. Like if you're age 16 to 20, maybe 22, like Reconnaissance Man resonates really well. Like get out, travel the US, maybe travel the world, and ask yourself the question of like, what do I like to do and where would I live that would match those things? For example, like I like to bike. So then the question would be like, where could I live where I could bike a lot? And if you answer Wisconsin, you're probably wrong because you're not going to be biking here from November to March. So, like that's one of those things I'd be like, oh, like maybe Reconnaissance, maybe I'd want to check out Tennessee or Kentucky or, some of these places. So yeah. And then also politically, the states and things like that. But there's a lot of wisdom in Reconnaissance Man. So yeah, now he's in South Dakota, yelling at clouds. So riding his electric bike. So, which I got to razz him about. I'm pedaling my bike, buddy. You're using the sun to power yours. But no, he is a good person. And he has just the amount of time that he has put into his craft, that he has, and the things that he has put out there free for public consumption. I think one of the most powerful blog posts he wrote that I read was something called I don't know if it was I want to say finite voltage, but that's my term. But it was about Gregory Peck, and it's a war movie, and you can only give so much, and then once you give that, that's kind of it, right? I'd have to go back and I'd have to look that up, but that was a brilliant blog post that he wrote. So and I've had dinner and breakfast several times with Aaron Clary, and one characteristic is he eats extremely fast. So you better have your knife and fork and spoon ready because that guy's going to go to town. But yeah, so I actually have his original podcast on a thumb drive that he sent to me years ago. And he asked for those back a few months ago. I don't know, on the move or whatever, he couldn't find them. And I said, yeah, dude, the first thing I said is I can share them with you on a shared Google folder. And he said, yeah, I don't know how to use that. Can you just put them on a thumb drive and mail them to me? I'm like, well, that's another option, right? I could do that. So I did put them on a thumb drive and send them back, which were his shows. So he had his complete archive. So yeah, I'm like, I've got those. I'll get them out to you. So, but yeah, I left Mensa years ago. I don't want to be around smart idiots. Ting ting. So he calls it electric bike. In reality, it's a Walmart scooter. Yeah, it still has a little logo on it. But so he gets. I'm opening up to the idea of an electric bike, but I bike to work out. I know Aaron has a distance between where he lives and Rapid City. And so logically, this makes sense for him. And I have friends that have electric bikes and they say they're great. And I think they are. But if I were to do an electric bike, I'd have to there's a part of that when I bike, there's this whole fitness aspect of it. And I don't really bike just to zoom around with the bike doing the work. But I do think, I think within 1 or 2 years, I'll probably have an electric bike, and I'll probably alternate during the week. I'll do just a outing on my bike because I like to be out biking. But But yeah, so it's Traveling Fools. Hey, I will have you guys on the show. I promise, I promise, I promise. I've been booking out some guests, and so everything's going good. Next week or the 31st is Halloween. It's a Monday, so I won't do a show that day. And then the following week is my birthday, so I won't do a show that day. Maybe later that night, but who knows? Yeah, so this is Corey. I remember when they were called mopeds. Yeah. I'm really surprised that they don't regulate these electric bikes, because I think you can go 25 or 28 miles an hour without having to do any registration on these bikes. And I just don't know how long this will go before there'll be some kind of mandated electric bike registration thing. Not that I'm saying it should be that way. I'm just saying and a lot of these things look really cool. Like my neighbor has an electric bike that, honest to God, looks like a motorcycle. Like it's black and it's like sleek and trim. And I mean, I'm like, if I got an electric bike, I want it to look like that. I mean, that's cool when you're biking around on that thing. So, yeah. So JLM, what is this? I have no idea what you're posting a link to something here. What is this link to? So, oh, it's a cat. So, gotcha. We have 3 cats here. So I'm just hoping they start regulating rent. No kidding, right? This economy is crazy. So what I was presenting about today, right, is, I was on PBS twice. So 2013 and 2019. Both of those were phenomenal experiences. It's not easy to be on PBS, right? You just don't say, I want to be on PBS. PBS is like, sure, like not a problem. Come on down. It is easily 1,000 hours of prep to go on PBS. Because I did a great job in 2013, I got the call back for 2019. And both of those presentations complement each other, but they're not repetitive. 2013 is more of like a history of school security, school safety. 2019 is into the laws, and it's kind of into the mental health side of it and what that really means, and also the emerging stuff, which was deep fakes and avatars. And they're both really, really good presentations. And then 2019 got in really deep into the marketing of school safety and the vendors and the customer perceived value and social proof and stuff like that. It's pretty amazing because if you're a vendor, like that presentation definitely does not do you any favors. So, I think both of those presentations personally, they were phenomenal experiences for me. I grew so much in doing those. Professionally, there's some of the best works in my life, and then coupled with my books, like those 2 things. And part of it is like when people meet me or people contact me, they're just like, I don't know anybody who's ever presented on live PBS TV nationwide. Like, so there is this factor, this wow factor, because people are like, how do you do this? Like, I don't know anybody who's done this. Like, you might know somebody who's written a book. I wrote my books under contract, which, so they're in libraries across the world. They don't have maybe the same distribution depth. I know they don't as some other people's books, but they're in the scholarly rank. Like they count toward my university work, or like my Google Scholar page, stuff like that. But the PBS presentations, and there's a huge stewardship that goes on to you when you do that. So you need to you're the expert then, right? And you're the steward of that content. You are expanding that knowledge base. And you have to realize if anything happens nationwide for a Sentinel school safety event, they are going to pull your presentation, and that's going to get aired across the country. So like for them to trust you, and also to trust, like, you're not going to come up there and go off on some weird tangent, or just that you're not going to be professional. You're not going to know your content. You're not going to speak competently. You're not going to have a positive kind of interaction with the crowd. Both the times I had great interaction with the crowd. My first presentation, probably more so than the second. My first presentation, I had a slide. Let me bring the slide up. In my first presentation, this was my first time on PBS, and I showed this slide, So let's add this slide right here. So this slide, I was talking about geographic information system data, and basically saying, you know what, if schools go to their insurance companies, the insurance company knows, like, okay, what's the likelihood of a tornado here? What's the likelihood of a train derailment with some toxic chemicals, whatever it could be. So this is a map, and I worked with UW-Madison on this. I met with their graphic information systems department. This is a map, and if you see these gray lines, those are tornado strikes, like in the last 10 years. Again, this was 2013 I did this. These are tornadoes. You can tell how long they've been on the ground. But as you look at these, there's something interesting to note, right? If you're in the southern part of the state, you have more tornadoes than the northern part of the state. I mean, there's parts, northern counties that didn't have any tornadoes that were on the ground. You can kind of see over here. But so one of the points I was making is, if you know you're in an area of the state that has more tornadoes, you should probably have an extra tornado drill, right? So you need to, how you inform your drills and your decision-making is based on data. And it might be data, like a vendor's not going to have this data. A vendor's not going to come in and say, oh, they get more tornadoes down here in the southern part than the northern part. I also had, like, here's where nuclear power plants were located. So here's Kewaunee. So if you're here, like, you should be running a nuclear, disaster drill, like, probably once a year. I don't think that's still active, but, and here's one in southern, if you're southern part of the state, like Beloit, like you should, what are you going to do if there's a nuclear accident and radiation is going forward? Like, you should have some plan for this. And I think the dots on here indicate the density. If I'm correct, I don't remember this exactly. I have to go back to the presentation. Oh, binge drinking. The dots on here indicated the areas of the most significant binge drinking in this area. And I don't know if red was like the most significant and then yellow was least. I have to go back to the presentation. But the reason to point that out in this was just to show the depth of information you can get into areas, right? And somebody in the audience said to me, like, there needs to be a song called in real time, like when we're on PBS, or say, there needs to be a song called Tornadoes, Binge Drinking, and Nuclear Power Plants, like a country song. And I'm like, yeah, that'd be a great country. I played off it, rolled off it in real time. But, and we couldn't figure out what the hell was going on here in Lake Michigan. Like, there's a binge drinking spot, but it's in the middle of Lake Michigan. And so is there like it's a barge out there? Or somebody has like brought enough beer on their boat that they qualify here as a binge drinking spot. That one never made sense. Somebody brought that up. I think somebody brought that up. I wasn't afterwards, like in the question and answer section, but somebody emailed me that, and I think took a screenshot and said, like, why is there a dot in the middle of Lake Michigan for binge drinking? I'm like, I don't know. GIS data. It's a good question, right? So, but this was an interesting slide. Like, no one really had thought about school safety this way, of saying, what if you just looked at data sets, many data sets? GIS data sets are endless, poverty, violence, stuff like that. But we looked at some kind of unusual ones like tornadoes. By the way, when I presented in 2019, there was a tornado watch that night. So as people are like coming in, and they told them that the studio was interior, and if there was a tornado, like that would actually be the place people would just stay. So interesting. Let me go back. I think did I have another slide here? So let me just touch on some of the slides that I showed in my presentation. I showed this one in 2019. So in 2013, excuse me, in 2013, it was about, how do school safety bills get made? And the fact was that between 2000 and 2007, National Threat Assessment Center held 339 listening sessions involving 77,000 people across all 50 states. And so here's the map. So they were going in and listening to people. 10 times they came to Wisconsin, 4 times to Minnesota. So like the thing is, like, do you remember when this happened? And if not, like, how could they have done a better job of getting this word out there? Because school administrators came to this, right? Police officers, not so much for parents. They just didn't know about it. But like, you had 10 times in Texas, 2 times in Arizona. that there were all of these hearing sessions. And that's what I talk about with my superintendents. Like, your organizations have to make you aware when these hearing sessions are happening. So this was like how to put together threat assessment at a federal level and get that out to districts. Like, what do districts need? What helps districts? So they actually did a great job of listening and having these sessions, but but people don't know this when they see these documents, these threat assessment guides, that they were developed from all of these hearings. And we don't really do this today. This was a thing of the past, which also I'm really pushing for. Is like anything for school safety today, you need to be out and you got to be listening to these states and these areas of what's happening. Why aren't kids reporting threats, right? Or what's the issue with, like, phoned in swatting threats? But there's a good slide. I mean, that was one thing people left with. They're like, well, holy smokes, this was a good slide. This was from my 2019 presentations. And I was spot on with this. And I said, you know what? For $20, this is back in 2019, anybody can produce not anybody, but for $20, you could hire someone to make a target deepfake. So they could watch me right now. They could change up what I'm saying to be something that would be controversial, right? If I had an employer, they could submit this to my employer saying, David should be dismissed from his employment because of what he said, because they manipulated. I didn't actually say that, and then I said, in 2022, 3 years from now, and this, I was working with the intelligence community, and I said, they believe that you'll have apps. Now we have Reface app and things like that, but not that those are used. I'm not trying to get in trouble with those apps, but I'm saying there will be apps available where people would be able to edit and make videos and deepfakes, which we see out there all the time. And a lot of those are identified as deepfakes, and there's no countermeasure to this. You could deepfake somebody, send it to their employer. If someone is, it's a custody thing and they're divorced and it's a spouse and they're sending deepfakes of the other spouse saying certain things or whatever. There's no counter to this. If it's in a school district, I talked about this in my school safety or my school legal classes. And I said, here's a case where there was a cheerleader in whatever state and a parent sent a picture of her smoking or vaping, and she wasn't vaping, but they manipulated it through a deepfake and she got booted off the team. Right. And so they had to go and they had to fight that. But in the meantime, she was off the team. So I'm like, no one's prepared for that. And then here's kind of my last slide. So I stressed this with my new superintendents, and I said, there's a lot of stuff for school safety that you can buy. And when you go to conferences, vendors will try to sell you stuff, and they're paying the conferences, your state conferences, like they're paying people all this money to be there. And I said, you can get into REMS, REMS, Readiness Emergency Management.gov. They'll come out to your district, they'll work with your county, and they'll teach kids. Here's a kid, like they're teaching them how to use a fire extinguisher. They'll teach you how to get out of a car that's been in an accident. They'll put a car upside down and put people in it and say, like, here's how to get out. Or if you show up in an accident, here's what you see. So this is good stuff. It's free. And I said, people don't know about it. This is a slide from my PBS presentation. People don't know about this because you can't make money off of it, right? The vendors want to make money. The state organizations who we think are always, acting in the best interest of their constituents. I would argue that that's not always the case. They're acting in the best interest of the people who are paying their vendor spots for $20,000 to have their table outside of a keynote. So I make people aware of this. What's interesting is I teach this in my superintendent class. There will be superintendents who have never heard of this stuff ever. Oh, REMS ED, like they'll go to a school district, they'll work with our county, they'll come in and they'll teach our high school kids how to use fire extinguishers, how to sweep an area after a storm, if they're searching, or how to get out of a car, what to do if you're upon a car, things that are likely to happen, right? And it's amazing. So, I think the deepfake stuff will be a center point of my 2025, whatever presentation. The trilogy in school safety will be deepfakes. I see this rapidly approaching, and districts do not have any idea how to handle this. It's going to be whether it be a teacher said something or a student said something or a staff member or something like that. They're going to look at it and say, well, I don't know how to do this. So they'll go to the police department. Police will be like, well, I don't know. They don't have the technology, the software to pick that. So you're going to see vendors come forward who will say, we'll run something. You can run something through a deepfake checker. And this doesn't exist right now, but you'll see this within a year or two. And districts will subscribe to this and they'll pay $10,000 or whatever. And the software will say, we'll give you an 80% confidence that this is a deep fake. And then you have to do with it what you will. And so you're going to see this stuff coming into fruition very fast. And I talked about that on PBS of saying, we're on the precipice of some huge changes in school safety, where school safety is going to become deepfake safety, right? It's going to become cyber safety. That is where things are going to turn the corner very quickly. So traveling foods. I've got a 1948 Indian, I assume motorcycle. Awesome. So Slobbers, so glad you have it. This is traveling foods. So let me go back here into the Ting Ting, Duck, Tuck, and Roll, and Volcano Drills, like on South Park. Oh my goodness. So good friend. Bolo, thank you for the watch hours. Keep them up. It's going to happen. So it's exciting because it is going to happen. So, by the way, is the mic sounding good? So if you can give me a little feedback. Tonight is the first night here, everybody, with the Shure MV7 mic. It is a substantial commitment from the North Star Recording Studio. $250 for this microphone, which is twice the cost of the existing Yeti that we had, Blue Yeti we had down here for several years. And of course, we were using a headset for the last couple of episodes, and that really wasn't cutting it. It was okay. It's okay for meetings. It wasn't okay for the other stuff. But please let me know how the audio is, because again, the North Star Recording Studio, this arrived this afternoon. We rushed it into service. We calibrated it the best we could with the software. Misty Mrs. Wayne said, still sounding good. Yeah, I want this to sound great for you guys, right? This needs to sound better than the Yeti. Definitely needs to sound better than the headset that I was using. So yeah, I appreciate it. Your voice sounds deep, Doc. Well, thank you, Bolo. That's why I went with this. There were a lot of great reviews here for the Shure microphone. I like the looks of it too. I think it makes the studio look a little more professional. The Yeti served me well, but it was time to move on to the Shure. Up above here, I can actually see in real time the feedback. Thank you very much, Traveling Fools. And I'm looking forward to having Traveling Fools on. One of the things we're going to address is, they've been all over the world. Maybe not, but I'm just saying you have been. And what are some things that kind of, not necessarily, it's not going to be a show of like, oh, what should you do for safety if you're traveling the world? But like, what are some like kind of weird, tacit things that you've detected when traveling, when you're like, oh, like this isn't good, or like I need to do this, or how do you quickly like learn like the local vibe of what's happening to keep yourself safe? And how do you also like not give off these signals of, hey, like I'm from out of town? And so I definitely want those types of things, of this of how to almost be gray man, but not gray man also. Like you want to enjoy where you're going and visiting and culture, but also you don't want to stand out. So what are some things that you've learned, or some things you observe in others? Yeah, fools. I got it. Fools. I got it. Sorry. And if you are, if you can, we'll talk about that. And you can give some stories, like say, hey, one time we went to whatever, and it was crazy, right? Because here's some things that we saw, here's some tips that we do. And I'd be like, wow, because I'm not a traveler. I'm typically not, I don't travel a lot here. So it's not the doc. So, let us do this. Let us get to the intermission of the show, and they'll be right back, because again, I eat my house with firewood, so I have to go and throw some logs in the burner, as they say it. So let's do the intermission, and I will be back after that.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack.
As chaos erupts, torrents of conflicting yet urgent messages gush from media outlets. What is the magnitude of the incident, and what should people do to protect themselves? Dr. David P. Perodin teaches you how to prevent mental burnout by observing indicators and building a robust member check network. Reporter James David Dixon of the Detroit News proclaims, the velocity of information will empower its readers. Drawing on current events, history, interviews, and scholarship, the velocity of information is an education in the way people react and adapt to change in this fast-spinning world. Never has it been more important to sift facts and stories for truth and meaning. There are teachable moments on every page. Buy The Velocity of Information, Human Thinking During Chaotic Times. Available from your favorite bookstore or online retailer.
Hey everybody, it is your good friend, the Safety Doc, back from stoking the wood stove. It needed it. So, yeah, hey, here's the book, The Velocity of Information, Human Thinking During Chaotic Times. Please consider getting this book. Please consider posting a review. And we are stuck at 22. So I don't know, Megan, if you're still in here or if you're going to watch this, but I know you've read this book. It'll be awesome for you to post a review. And also, this book is timeless. School Bears, Rethinking School Safety in America. This book is out in Audible, her audiobook, but you can get it at downpour.com. You can get it places to sell audiobooks, but it's $10.99. I know it's a little bit more on Audible. They control that. I don't. So, but you can also get this in print for like $22. It's out there on the secondary market too, like on eBay. There's a lot of these books out there. So, but please, like if you've read it, leave a review. Take some time and 3-5 sentences and a picture of the book and stuff like that if you have it, but it makes a difference. It really does. So yeah, I thought I had firewood upstairs. And when I got up there, I realized I didn't put wood upstairs where the burner is. I had to come back downstairs and get wood. So I had to scramble to get some firewood in there, but everything was good. It really hadn't burned down too far. And I needed to change the flue a little bit to stop the rate of burn, because now everything's heated up. I don't have to burn as robustly because your chimney needs to heat up. And once your chimney heats up, right, then it's easier to burn. It's that first couple hours when the chimney's cold, when it tries to condense the smoke and send it back down the chimney into the house. And that's the real problem. You don't want to deal with that. So, but anyway, we're all good. So the heat level's good. And as I said, we're going to hit a stretch of 4 days, 60s and 70s. So I won't be heating at all. Corey, if I had known how big a pain in the backside it was to unshell sunflower seeds, I would have made other plans. No kidding. When I threw out the first pitch at the minor league baseball game in honor of the Safety Doc's lifetime accomplishments, right? They had signs up and said, no sunflower seeds, because it's artificial turf. And apparently the sunflower seeds really mess with that stuff. So I'm like, I don't have any, but Corey Slater does. They're like, well, tell him to get out of here. Can watch a game from the parking lot. So I'm like, I don't know. I think he would willingly give the sunflower seeds, but stocking the wood stove. Yes. So I'm really starting to have questions if I have enough firewood for this year or not. But because now I have the new cement slab, the concrete slab on the side of the garage, if I feel the need for additional firewood, I'm just going to have it put out there. So, and like my supplier for firewood let me know, hey, if you need a couple more cords, we've got that. So don't worry. But yeah. So let's see here. Teeth Man making tahini. So la da da dentures, dude. One thing, Corey, guys. So my dentist, every time I go there, which is twice a year because it just cleans, but they'll say, hey, have you been flossing? And I'll say, yeah, every Sunday. It's the old thing. Oh, you only floss the teeth you want. Well, I guess it's just the way it is. I just floss every Sunday. I brush twice a day, but But then they're like, you're grinding your teeth, man. Your molars are in bad shape and we don't want to do crowns. So will you wear like this mouth guard? And I'm like, yeah, probably not. I don't think so. So they're like, you can get one at Walgreens. I'm like, yeah, it's not my thing. So like, if I get to the point where the teeth grind down are you under a lot of stress? I don't know. I think a lot, but it's just the way that it is. And I was told that years ago too, like when I was in college. So, and I don't have sensitivity in my back teeth at all. So, so they're trying to say, well, you can go and get this like tooth, this guard for grinding. I'm like, I don't know. Not really. It's not my thing. So I don't know whether to tell them like I'm wearing that the next time I go in there for the interrogation, or if I just say like, I'll deal with it if it becomes an issue. We got to put crowns back there, then we do. I don't know. So Andrew's saying big floss is bigger than big farm and big tobacco. By God. Yeah. They're pushing the floss. I have those little flossing sticks, right? And those seem to work pretty well, but I'm like, I'm 51 for God's sakes. And I was like, your teeth are good. And yeah, brush my teeth. I'm not really big into like sugary stuff. So I'm like, what else do you expect from me? I can always tell when the hard times are happening at the dental office, because it'll be like, there's a gap in my front teeth, which has been there since, forever. Right. And they're like, we can close that. Like we can, do like orthodontics. And I'm like, sure, I get it, but it doesn't bother me. I don't care. It's kind of my signature. And I said, there's no functional, it's purely cosmetic, right? I said, it doesn't matter to me. I'm like, Michael Strahan has it. So, but because I'm like, oh, so what you're really saying is you're slow on business, right? And I'm like, no, this is how the teeth are right now. Like that's how they'll be. So there's no big thing there. Big rotisserie. So I was at the grocery store today in our town, we have a really great, like kind of hometown grocery, although it's like part of a chain. And I was at the hot bar, and they were out of, it was like noon too. And they were out of chicken strips. And then like they said, hey, we'll come out with more. And I'm like, yeah, I'll wait. I'll be the person hanging around here waiting for chicken strips. Like, what's that guy doing? He's waiting for chicken strips. Well, by God, if he isn't. But, and there was a lady though, an older lady who was there, I think before me, and she questioned like, are there more chicken strips coming out? And they're like, yeah, we're making them now. So when they brought them out, like she was the first, to get her pick and stuff. And I took the chicken strips, but that's a pretty good deal. And if you do the hot bar, that's usually like $10, $12. And even with inflation, throw a little mac and cheese on there, some potato wedges and some chicken strips. And every once in a while they'll have, they'll like fish, right? Like breaded fish on Fridays and stuff. But I don't go there much, like maybe once a week, at most maybe twice a week. But for like $10 or $12, you can't go wrong. Like then I won't do a breakfast. Like that'll be the whole deal, man. That's like breakfast, lunch, and supper right there. But yeah, no, it's a good place. It has good energy. I bought bananas today, by the way. So, and for those of you, come on, I just have to do it, right? If you haven't bought this book, please consider doing it. It's really good. If you're like, I'm not really into reading books, Dave. Okay, I get it. But I narrated this at a local studio, and it was professionally sound engineered and edited, and it's out there. It's 6 hours long. You can get it for $10.99. So search around. Go to downpour.com, but other places, and I think some places even sell it for less, which I have no control over. But the audiobook of this is really good. It's more than just school safety. Philosophy of Information is a phenomenal book. Nothing out there like it. It doesn't go down the conspiracy path, but it really makes you think like, hey, we were all deemed essential or non-essential on March 20th of 2020. So how did that work out? And then the audiobook of this is available April 12th, of 2023. It's already been submitted and approved. So, this is the sport coat I wore on PBS 2 times. So probably be the sport coat I'll wear the 3rd time. And then after that, we'll set it on fire in the parking lot of PBS. Kind of just a symbolic move. So I don't know if we'll do that, but so waiting for fresh chicken strips. Why does sound like a doc thing. Yeah. I was just hanging out there because they're like, well, they'll be out in a couple of minutes. I'm like, I have time to kill. I am good here. So you bring those chicken strips out and we'll be in good shape. I got a dead front tooth. This is Ting Ting. It's still doing its job. It's still to be removed, but good for the moment. Yeah. I had a friend who got hit in the front teeth with a Frisbee, and it killed like one or two of her front teeth, like from the nerves. And then she was able to do that for a while, and she had to have them replaced, but it was a Frisbee. So yeah, like when it's just a cosmetic thing, like, they're like, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good. So, I'm not into the whole cosmetics part of the, of the doc. And this is just the hair and just what it is. And so Corey doesn't shop online. Well, and I get that there are people who don't shop online, right? And you can also, Corey, people have also contacted their local library and said, hey, get this book. And then the libraries get them. So that's another option for you. The book is in tons of libraries out there. So yeah, but I respect you. I kind of limit some of my online stuff. I don't have a Facebook page, right? People are like, well, I didn't see on Facebook. That's because I'm not on Facebook, right? Right. This is Bolo. Just joined Maui Thai school. Wonder what I'll have to replace in the future. Wow. I don't know what that is. So sorry. All right. Hope the mic sounds good. So big investment here from the North Star Recording Studio. $250 right here. I already have the arm, which is another 100, but I'm liking it so far. And yeah, I'm replacing this headset with a Audio Technica MX50, I think. So these are okay. Like these Licks or LYX likes or whatever the hell they are. I've had these like 7-8 years, and they were $50. They've served well, but these are all cracking out, these pads, and like I'm not going to deal with the replacement. Plus, I just want to go with a better headset. So, Corey, so this is one thing I tell people, like both my books are in libraries all across the world. That's a benefit of having your work come out through a publishing contract with a publisher, right? It gets out across the world. But if you ask your local library, and people do this, they say, I want this book or I want these books, the library usually will get them because they don't get a lot of requests and they have money. And if you're a patron and you live in that area, right, they'll get the books and they become part of the library collection. So I know that happens. It depends how comfortable you are with doing that. But it is something, if you check with your local library, they can get their hands on the book. I don't know about audiobook. I made School of Airs available to libraries through Spotify. I had a really great contract agreement there. And then I also took kind of a lower cut on that to make it more readily available. But yeah. So it's pronounced Mu-E Thai. Just a small note there. Bacon knows. Bacon. At Doc, is there a 3-pack with both books and the audiobook, or a 4-pack with 2 books, audiobook, and an e-reader at Barnes & Noble? Not that I'm aware of, Jim. I've not seen anybody package it like that. So yeah. I would say here's what I would recommend if I was you. I would say I'll just say this to be honest. I would say find School of Airs on eBay for $10 because you can. And I would also buy the audiobook off of downpour.com. I'm going to put right here. There's other sites, right? But Downpour, I think, has kept it at the price that I listed it at. For Spotify, which was $10.99. And then as it goes out to all these different distributors, right? Like Audible, they change the price. Like I get my cut, but the price changes. It usually goes up. So if you go to downpour.com, you can get it for $10.99. And I think there's a nice PDF companion I put together with that. That's what I would do. That's what I would do for School of Airs. And then I would go in and I would buy the paperback version of the velocity of information. Now, grant is like $30, so you got to make somewhat of a commitment. That's the publisher. It's not me, and publishing costs have gone up. Trust me, I wish it was more affordable than that. They actually have hard copies that they sell at libraries for like $60, but and then the audiobook for this will come out in April. It might be listing out there right now for some places, and that's $14.99. That'll also be on Downpour. That was professionally narrated by Ben Hawk. Ben, it was on the TV show 30 Rock, and also the TV show Manifest. So like the airplane one. Good guy, an actor, just a tremendous narration. $15. That one is 6 hours and 40 minutes. It releases April 12th. I think it's available now in a lot of places. You can like pre-order it. But yeah, School of Airs is easy to find because it's been out there a while. People, I know I don't get my cut if you buy it off of eBay, but if you would buy it and leave a review, man, that would mean the world to me. And then I do think the audiobook, though, is for $10.99. And trust me, like I am making no big money off this audiobook for that, or with Ben doing velocity of information, like that is a break-even proposition. But the fact is, like as a university professor, especially teaching for special education, for non-discrimination, I want to have all of my works available in all formats. So ebook, print, and audiobook. I used to work at a school for the blind. My friends who taught who are blind said, an audiobook that's narrated by an author is much better than an ebook that's read by some e-reader, right? Some robotic reader. It just isn't, it's not even comparable. So I wanted accessibility. That's why I made that commitment. So ultimately, I don't know if I'll make any money off the audiobooks, but that's not important to me. It's important that those works are out there for people for accessibility. That is important to me, especially for School of Airs. That's the school safety book being out there for people. That is very important. But yeah, I mean, for me, what you guys can do, honestly, is to post reviews of my books to Amazon. That does more. And if you have the book, you can post a picture of it, right? And, whatever. But that does move the needle. When you post a review on Amazon, I'll tell you, libraries that buy the books, people that buy the books, whatever, that makes a big difference. 54 reviews as of tonight for School of Airs, 22 for Velocity of Information. I appreciate everybody who left a review. I know many, many people have read those books who have not posted reviews. If you're one of those, please do that. Braille. So my books, I think, are available in Braille. Those are very limited, right? I used to work at a school for the blind. So let me tell you this, Jim. So you could select where you want. You'd print something off, right? So this would happen once in a while. You'd pick the wrong printer, and you'd pick the Braille printer, and that thing sounded like a Gatling gun. Dun, 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 big machine in the printing room. And so if you print off like 20 pages, but you put it to the Braille printer, that could actually come out as like 30 or 40 pages, because Braille is 6-dot. It splits differently. And that was expensive, although like we had the money for it and all of that. But once in a while you'd send it to the wrong printer. So you'd print something out in Braille. So you'd go in there and be like, oh God, I just printed off a 45-page whatever in Braille. And, but yeah. And I read Braille, but I could only read visual Braille. I couldn't read tactile Braille, but I could read visual Braille at a very functional level, not at a fluent level. But yeah, Braille printers sound like a Gatling gun, and they're big machines, man. And you would know if you sent it to the wrong printer, because I'm like, oh God, I sent it to the wrong printer. So yes, but yeah, actually my books are available in Braille. So it was very important to have accessibility, especially again after working as an administrator at the School for the Blind. I mean, I just always wanted to, not wanted, but I knew I needed to come back and make School of Airs available in an audio format. And Braille is kind of an automatic that the state can do and stuff like that, or states can do. But and Velocity of Information, when I signed the contract for that, we already had the audiobook clause in there. So, but everything's good. Everything's good. So let's see here. Why aren't you on Instagram and Twitch? I am on Instagram. I don't think I'm on Instagram as a safety doc. What am I on Instagram on? Let me see. I have never looked into Twitch. What am I on Safetygram or Instagram? Yeah. So here's how you can find me on Instagram. I have like 55 followers. I'm not the safety doc. So I have to create that profile. If you go on to Instagram, that's me. Let me just do this. Of course, I've used my real name throughout here, so it's not that big of a deal. But I could do that. I could do the safety doc stuff. I really haven't. I don't know. I don't know about Twitch. I got to learn more. I got to learn more about it. So, Corey Slater, the whole martial arts gamut for about $20. Some things are worth going there for. So that's me on Instagram. It's me on Instagram. So please find me on Instagram. And I don't post a lot. It's usually just kind of show stuff or if I'm out biking or something like that. But I will not go on Facebook. I just fundamentally don't believe in Facebook and just very opposed to the vulnerability of information. Plus, I think people share way too much on Facebook. And it's designed to get you externally hooked, right? So you're just posting and posting and posting for this external feedback. And I'm just not into that. So, and yeah, I know it kind of puts bumpers on my brand, but so be it. So yeah, I don't have TikTok either, but I do the YouTube shorts, which I've had some success with lately. I had a YouTube short here. I had a couple that hit like 5,000 views, which, for me is pretty big. And I had one I posted last night, and that one has, let me see here. So I see nobody subscribed. I'm not that has 802 views, the one I posted last night. So it's pretty cool. So please subscribe from all of your YouTube channels. Facebook is boring and there's no benefit at all. Yeah. So I've had a few people they're just surprised. They're like, I can't find you on Facebook, or even like a business page, for like the books and stuff. I said, yeah. And even my publisher was kind of pushing me toward that direction. The book might find a bigger audience. But yeah, it might. I'm guessing it won't. So, but I'm glad. I mean, I like Twitter. That's where I prominently post. I have a LinkedIn profile just as a professional kind of interface with people. And but yeah, I don't really mess around too much on other things. I guess I'd have to look around on the other networks. Found you and now follow you from Ron's Instagram account. Thank you, Misty Mrs. Wayne. So yeah, I kind of started Instagram. I don't know. Maybe that account might show that I had Instagram for like a couple of years, but I really didn't do anything with it until maybe the last year. So I've paid more than you ever know, but my family and I are free. Ting ting. So, which is great. So, Misty Mrs. Wayne, we don't do Facebook. Haven't for years. Now got where there was too much drama. Yeah, there's no kidding, man. So, or ma'am, sorry, Mrs. Wayne. That's a thing, right? These things got just crazy, like the drama on social media. And I have relatives, right, who have posted to my Instagram account, like, hey, like, great to hear about the new concrete slab next to the garage. We can't get anybody to do work down here. I'm like, whoa, like, I didn't post that on Instagram, and you heard that from a relative. Like, one of our relatives just knew we were having that done. And like, yeah, man, but how many people, right, get just addicted into Facebook. And I don't know, maybe there's other things that they're just posting incessantly to, but I don't need people to know that much about me. There's things that I want to share out, like especially blogs that I'm posting, right? Shows, interesting articles I might have found, interesting articles I might have written, but I don't need to do that. Look at this here. It's Bacon. He's got and that image of the safety doc there, that was drawn by, God, I can't think of the name. I'm sorry. So I want to say RJ, but that was one of the things I had commissioned, was this kind of these rough sketches of, I like that one. I don't use that for a lot of stuff, but it's there. So, but yeah, Spambot Fodder is saying, I gave Facebook in 2020 too many ads. Yeah. So I think I gave it up around 2014. I was on it because initially the place I worked at, the district I worked at, wanted everybody to have a social media presence. So that's when everyone was starting on Twitter. The one thing I regret is I didn't get a blue check on Twitter. Like, I didn't apply for that because, again, having done the PBS presentation and things, and I think I could go back now. I was looking through and I could apply and maybe be considered. But Facebook is a trap. Yeah. So yeah, this is Spambot saying, I don't use Instagram either since 2020, just because it's linked to Facebook. I didn't know that. Bacon to Jim, running is one strategy if you have the endurance. Usually they won't be bailed to run at the same speed, so you engage and dispatch the fastest ones before the others catch up. So yeah. Ting Ting saying, asking too much info is what Facebook does. It does, right? And then, all these things like, oh, like, hey, it's your work anniversary, or hey, like, here's something like 3 years ago you did as trip or whatever. But I don't know. I just see it as a weakness and a vulnerability for people who put way, way too much information out there. Again, like, it's not hard. Like, I am a public figure, so people know who I am, right? That you can find, you can triangulate doc in a minute's worth of research. But you're not going to find out what I had for breakfast yesterday, right? I'm not posting a picture of my cereal, right? So, yeah. So you're heading to bed. So thank you for being here, Spambot Fodder. Thank you for being here. And we are going to be monetized one of these days, buddy. It's not long around the corner. So thank you for your watch hours. That show with Megan Usui, last episode, is phenomenal. So please, if you haven't listened to that, listen to that start to finish, especially the second half is when I stop talking. Megan starts talking. I talked way too much at the start of that show. And then the show coming up here next Wednesday, Bending Ballistics, is coming on. So wow, just like some great guests lined up for the show. And Lisa Lenny is going to be back on the show our attorney friend is going to be back on the show in November to talk about the law of necessity, and also kind of like the Good Samaritan law. What does this really mean? And Lisa's great. She has a terrific sense of humor, and she'll be fun to have back on the show. And I'm trying to find someone who will present on citizen's arrest. So I know a couple attorneys, and I just need to get them to say, like, yeah, I'll come on your show and talk about like what citizen's arrest means, like in maybe like Wisconsin. So it's kind of interesting. So yeah. Bolo saying, I survived a 7-on-3 with no damage 20 years ago. Won't ask for that now with my age. Whoa. It's crazy, buddy. It's crazy. Misty Mrs. Wayne. The only reason we have Instagram is because of Ron's YouTube page. Just started it about a month ago. Neither of us have it on our real names at Spambot. So yeah, I don't do much on Instagram. I mean, I post a few things. I'm mostly Twitter and LinkedIn. And then, of course, I have safetyphd.com, which is all of my curated blog posts, which are now 190. As of tomorrow, will be 191. Like if you were to print those off, it would be a book like 500 pages long, like literally. So, and that's all really good content. And it's searchable, and so it's a good scholarly contribution to the world. I mean, it's not a pay site, so it's good stuff. So people kind of know that. So Bolo's saying we call that a public detainment in Canada. Yikes. Sorry. Pain making me stupid. Escape from North Korea's Jim. Bacon to Jim ran across her channel. She escaped from North Korea. Wow. So, one of the things I was thinking about over the last few days was just how many people I've gotten to know by doing the podcast. And then I guess the second part is by like writing the books, because writing the books, I was introduced to Larry Lawton, Robert Travis, and, so those are aspects, right? Those are very important aspects. But how many people I got to know just through doing the show, and by doing the show also by like being in other people's chat, being a guest on other people's show, but largely because I'm a YouTuber. When I say YouTuber, I'm not like a popular YouTuber, right? But I am a YouTuber. I mean, I've done this for 5 years and 191 curated shows, and which counts for something in this niche market. And I'm like really thankful because like, Bolo and Bacon and Jim and Ting Ting and Vanessa and Misty Mrs. Wayne and Ron Wayne, like you guys are really cool. And Old Humble and Super Pilotish, Graham Wilson, I wouldn't have gotten to know probably any of you if I wouldn't have done this. And also stuck with it, right? We had the hiatus on the show, which was largely when it was, the book was being published and I needed to kind of limit my social media. But I'm like just really thankful to know all of you. And, I just feel like, I'm just, it enhances me. Like I'm just a better person for knowing you guys. So just thank you. So yeah. So here's Bacon. Wow. Bacon, remember the night that Nick Schuleiner got his door kicked in? That was crazy. And they stole his guitar. That was just crazy stuff. Yeah, it was insane. It was nuts. It was crazy. So as I prepared to return to PBS, so let's do this. Let's look at this control board. Oh, sorry. Let's do this. All right. So that's the control board. So get a good look at that in the audience. You can kind of see my notes there. And anyway, as I everything was printed large. So what do I even have here? Are these the order of the slides? I don't know. There's a lot going on here. I still have this slide changer. Thing's like 15 years old and works like magic. It says, "Do not attempt to move the podium. It's bolted to the floor." I'm like, I have no idea who would have that. It would come into their thinking, I'm going to move this podium. So, yeah. So, but some people that's their thing. Like, I'm going to move this podium on my PBS presentation. They're like, do not move the podium. It's bolted to the floor. There's like a drop off in that room too. Like, I don't know if you can see it. I think where the red line is, which isn't really that clear over here. And then on the other side, it drops off like 6 to 8 inches. So as you're elevated up here, so you got to kind of watch what you're doing. Again, you have these blinding set of lights from up above, which really don't show up in this picture, but yeah, it is awesome though. This was an awesome experience. My God, it was one of the coolest things I've ever done in my life. Was, the 2-time PBS presentations. It was just really good. And you get to feel the audience come to life. Here's your escape over here. Like if things totally go bad, you're like, I'm out of here. My name's Andrew. I'm out of here. I don't even know where this went. I never went out that door, but when people come in here and you got your audience, and when it lights up, you're presenting, like that is magical. There is nothing else I've experienced like it. the book stuff is cool, but the book is anticipated, and book presentations and signings are cool, but presenting on live TV across and then the thing is, like, people be like, what channel are you on? I'm like, well, PBS varies. Like, if you're in Illinois, it could be any of these 8 channels. Like, if you're in this, there's no set channel, right? That's one thing, is like PBS usually has multiple channels in every state. So people would say, like, what channel are you going to be on? I'm like, I don't know. You got to check your local programming. And so then when they would find me and stuff, or they'd be like, hey, like, you're on channel 47 at 6 a.m. I watched you in Oklahoma. I'm like, that's awesome. So it does, but it was one of the best. It was one of the best professional things I ever did. And I'm glad I rose to that challenge. And it's one of the things, as I leave my superintendents with, when I talk to them, when I get my final, when we do our final class, we go through everything, and then I carve out 20 minutes at the end just to kind of talk to them and say, hey, like, there's a lot of advocacy things that you can do. And one is, I think you should do, right? But you can present at a conference. You can meet with your local legislators. You can write journal articles at, varying levels. Like, right, Phi Delta Kappan is pretty, you got to work your way up to that usually. I mean, at least I did, but, and you can present on PBS. You can write a book. Like, here's 5 things that I did that 10 years ago, man, I would have never kind of envisioned myself doing any of these things. And I've done all of them. And what they did is they benefited the scholarly knowledge base for school safety. Like, it was really important. And like, you could do any of these, and they don't, the thing is, they're not like, I'm not going to do these, Dave. They're not like that. It's just like, no one has ever told them. I guess nobody ever told me. No one was championing me on to do this. I kind of did it myself, but I want to be the guy who's like, hey, like, you could do these things. You could do any of these. And like, if you do just one of them, it's a big thing. But yeah, like, and this is where I think their professional organizations fail them. They don't invite them to present at conferences about the great things that they're doing. Or they don't encourage them to write journal articles, or again, like, maybe it's a long shot to get onto PBS, or maybe it's a long shot to write a book, right? Maybe these things are true, but they don't even have these things on their radar. And I work with some really talented people. Like, I had one of my students present it, and when she got done presenting, everybody in class is like, "Holy smokes! Like, you really know all what you're doing on this stuff." And I'm looking and saying, like, I would go to ask her about this stuff, whatever, the topic we divvied up, and she's presenting. I'm like, that's phenomenal. And one of my superintendents in a big district was presenting on an aspect of school safety, and man, he was just lights out and awesome on this presentation. And again, I'm looking and saying, what he did, that should be a keynote at a conference, or at least a breakout session, right? And this could be a journal article easily. So people don't hear that, hey, like, what you're doing, I think you should take it to the next level, and at least try, right? At least try to get it published in a journal. And I can help you out with journals. Like, I can help you with ideas for if it's going to be a crisis response journal, or if it's going to be an education journal, or whatever. But I think you should do this, or I think you should contact your state organization and say, hey, I want to present on whatever, that we're doing in a district. We're using visuals in a district for board meetings. So let's look at this. See this banner right here, this floor to, banner. You could do that with an image of what's happening in your school, like kids doing something, like in a positive tone, and over here could be another one. So imagine this is a school board, and you have these positive images around your meeting and stuff. And you talk kind of from how we visually and environmentally structure our board meetings. So we're going to set up the room like that, and you come in for a breakout session. We're going to set it up this way, and we're going to show you. And the cost of it is cheap. It's like $100, right? And you can reuse these things, these like vinyl signage things. But nobody does that. Nobody wants to hear about that. And so I'm like, maybe you got to press it. Maybe you got to go forward, or maybe like there's some legal thing that, you work with your school attorney and say, like, we want to co-present on whatever. I did that a number of times. But I don't want people to be like me. So that's another part. Like when I present is I have to be very careful because I don't want to basically or subtly or overtly say like, just be like me. Right. Because I don't, well, anyway, there is some part of that, which primacy, and Graham Wilson and I talked about that when he was on the show. I think some of that is important. Think some of that is important for me to be in front of class and to say like, I've done these things. So I can hold up these books. These are international, books but I don't believe people see themselves in these roles. And I think it's a detriment that their organizations don't kind of push them in these directions and invite them and that they're not told about the opportunities to write like, hey, here's a journal article or meet with your legislators. So like I said, I go through the 5 things. I'll kind of firm this up before my last class and give my talk and say, you have so much ability to do advocacy, but if you're doing just great things within your district, that will likely only change like that district, 1 out of 421. It will change nothing else. And when you're gone, it'll be gone too. So like if you want to make a lasting change, and I think you should, I think when you've reached this level, part of your job is advocacy, and part of your job is making people aware of kind of like an exemplar district. Like so we're going to do this shared vision activity, which those things to me are kind of, I don't know, but I've really got down to making those very objective. And because everybody does them, it's like a mission statement. I'm like, but we're going to do it so it actually counts. Like it actually makes sense. And I'm going to, to go through this. And one of the things I want people to come out of that is say, like, one of the things you should want is that you become an exemplar district. So if you're doing something for food allergies, for example, or whatever it is, but let's say food allergies, you want other districts around the state to come to your district to see how you do things. And you want the State Department of Public Instruction to say, look at this district. They are a model for handling food allergies. I said, that's what you want. You want to become that district. That's your shared vision, that other places come to see your model and try to replicate it into their setting. Now, benchmarking is one thing, and I don't believe a lot in benchmarking, but I said there were those districts when I was an administrator. We drove 2 hours on a bus and stayed overnight as a group of 10 people to see how certain districts were doing things. I'm like, you want to be an exemplar. So like, that's part of your shared vision. But again, I don't think people get taught this, and they don't get encouraged in these ways. And so there is this part, right, where I do have to play to me as 2 times on PBS, published books, articles, a feature article in the most prominent journal for education, Phi Delta Kappan, a robust Google Scholar page, expert witness. Like I need to play to that. Because I'm the person I'm the primacy person in that room, right? I'm setting the corner for these folks. Like when they leave that class, no matter where they go 10 years from now, they can say, I had a class with Dr. Proden and he had 2 books that were published and he was on PBS twice and he has a number of journal articles, which we can look for today. And one, influence like policy on abeyance agreements. Like they can say that they have the primacy of somebody who did it, but it's not me. I'm kind of done spinning the big plates. I have a few in the air yet that things I'm working on, but I'm looking to them saying, this is your turn. You're the baton handoff, right? But looking at me, there was nothing special that I had in the mix versus just saying, I'm going to do this. I'm going to try, I'm going to contact people and I'm going to make this happen. Right. So like the barrier to you largely is just that people haven't told you you're capable of doing this. You're already ahead in the game with your position. You already have some access that other people wouldn't have. So take advantage of that. But anyway, so Mike is calling it a night here. So, hey, Mike, we appreciate you. I don't know if I can go back and so, hey, appreciate you, Mike. Thanks for watching the show. Thanks for supporting the show. Thanks for appreciating this new microphone. I appreciate you, Mike. Thank you very much. So yeah, take care, Mike. You bet. So yeah, see you next time, Mike. The last couple of mornings, I've been sleeping late. So I don't have any compelling reason at the moment to get up really early in the morning. Last week I had some meetings in the morning, and I think as my body just adjusts to cold weather and less sunlight, and that happens in Wisconsin. So I tend to sleep longer, and it just is part of the mix. But then I kind of rejuvenate and just get my second wind once like April rolls around. But I don't think it's a bad thing at all. So, by the way, I'm loving this mic. Hopefully it sounds like butter. It's $250 every time I say a word coming out here. Jim, Ting Ting, and Bacon. I love this mic though. I think it sounds so much better, right? When you render it and you listen to it. And I feel bad. Like last week I had Megan Asui on the show, and the fact that I used my headset, which I'd like, but it's not this. Ron called Safety Doc. He did? Wow. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's funny. Corey, it sounds expensive. No, that's a funny thing, right? Now, I just want it to sound good. I want it to sound a little deeper and just a little fuller, and that's why I went with this. And once I made the commitment back to the show, I wanted to do this. My Yeti had served me well for many years, but it was showing its age, and I knew that wasn't. And then it also just was it's an unusual mic to work with on the platform because like it took up a lot of space on it. It's a very big mic. It's like twice as big as this mic right here. So and so this is the Yeti is a condenser. There's a cardioid mic, and this is a condenser. So this is a little more sensitive mic. But anyway, so I'm listening through a mono speaker, so not sure I could tell when we were different. Sound good. Thank you, Bacon. Jim, or Jim is saying you could use the old mic as a noise reduction microphone. Yeah, I don't know. I still have a box for the Yeti that it arrived in, so I'll probably package it all up and put it on a shelf in my storage room, and it'll kind of be my backup mic. I'm not ready to get rid of it. Just like I have a backup webcam and stuff like that, it'll kind of be like a backup. But I'm really, really liking the Shure mic. Again, like I've got the visual LEDs on the top to show the gain, and then I have like a whole other interface where I can go in and mess with the gain and stuff like that. And it's really nice off this arm. It's really good. Like I've only known this mic here like about 5 hours, and we're already kind of best friends. So Betting Ballistics, we both had you streaming on our TVs, listening to you while talking. Well, thank you for that. Both AMD and NVIDIA cards have that feature. So I have NVIDIA, Jim. Yeah, upgraded the whole system here, the computer system in summer. We went to Windows 10 and up to 64 gig of RAM and just other things. So if any, I need to consider, as I said, kind of revisiting my consulting. I kind of like extinguished my consulting after the pandemic. It was consuming a lot of my time, and I wanted to be out biking and other stuff. But there is a point where people are coming back and saying, hey, would you be willing to do this and this and this? And I'm like, I don't know, maybe if I agree to like 20, 25 hours a week, I'd be willing to light things up again. And I have the 3 monitors set up here. The studio is really nice, got the mic. And I also have, everything's upgraded to Windows 10. That was a little bit of an issue when I was consulting. Not a big issue, but so Corey's saying I still have the newspaper from when the Berlin Wall was turned. I remember that. I remember watching that on TV. I remember living through that era, right? So Fat Man 56 lives in Washington State, I think, says Jim. So, one thing I haven't done is really found out who like YouTubers are in my state. There are a number of them, and I suppose we could, kind of connect up. And Mallet Works isn't too far from me, and I always razz him because, like, in summer he'll be like, "Hey, doing a cookout like with my family." I'm like, "I live an hour away on the interstate. Let me know. I'll bring beer, chips. I can bring potato salad, whatever. Just let me know, man. I am there." So Jim's saying he put his own e-bike together and does video gaming streams. Fatman does. So yeah, my neighbor who was a mechanic, and then also a commercial drone operator, now has a commercial drone business, employs a staff, but he assembled his own e-bike. I'm pretty sure if I met with him and said, "Hey, would you put an e-bike together for me?" he would. His e-bike looks awesome. It's black and it just is sleek. It looks really cool. And I would, yeah, I'm very tempted. I mean, honestly, I think I would love an e-bike. I don't want to be like, oh, like this is much easier than my regular bike, my pedaling bike, right? So I'm going to do my e-bike, my pedaling bike. And I don't know. We'll see. I do think I'm going to have an e-bike within 2 years. I almost predict that I'll have one. So yeah, so that's cool. You're younger than I am, Ting. So the doc's birthday, by the way, is November 7th, for all of you wondering. What to get, Doc? Watch hours. It's the best gift for Doc. Watch hours and reviews for my books. But yes, I'll be 51. I don't feel 51. I don't know what that means, but like my hair, I still have a full head of hair and still dark. So that's become kind of a standout thing with my people my age, right? It's like, oh my goodness, you still have all your hair and it's still largely dark. I'm like, yeah, there's no Grecian formula going on here. No dye and magic up above there. It is what it is. But yeah, I feeling good. So I think part of it was too, I lost, over last year, maybe like 20 pounds. And I think like biking, I added bananas, which kind of sounds crazy. Like that would make a big difference, but it does. Bananas become a slow burn carb and a slow burn sugar, like green bananas. And it just really made a big difference. So my other device is back. Thanks, Bolo. We will get to monetization. Isn't that infamy? Yeah, November 7th. No, I think it's December 7th, 1941 is the date of infamy, but November 7th is the date of infamy for Doc. It is my birthday, which is, it's a week after Halloween. I was supposed to be born on Halloween. That was the anticipated birth date of the Doc, but then I was a week late. So I guess it is what it is. I think being born on Halloween would have been pretty cool. I love Halloween. It's my favorite holiday. Now that we have the new like expanded concrete slab, like that was always an area I put some I put some stuff, but now I think I can do a little more over there with the slab. So Doc looks great for 51. Thank you. Most people don't think I'm 51. And when I bike, and I'm out and stuff, like most people kind of peg me in my 40s. But yeah, so I think I've taken care of myself and, lucky with genetics and kind of no severe accidents or anything like that. So, but yeah, I mean, for 51, I bike 100 miles, right, in a day. And when I was 31, I couldn't do that. So what I noticed most, kind of about the older I get is, that like, you have to stretch more. That is a big thing. And Jim, come on, buddy. Sure, that's not the case, but I actually eat a lot of sardines and tuna, so I'm a big sardines fan, and I think that helps too. But it's like after you're sitting down on the couch for a while or whatever, or sitting somewhere, like to get up, it's like all these cranky noises and stuff like that. I'm like, that's the part that I've noticed. Not a lot. I'm as strong as I ever was. Like, that's fine. My endurance is pretty good. I think the thing that's changed now at 51 is like when I'm biking. Like, if I was to bike and to like being chased by a coyote or a dog or something, like I could kick it up a gear to get away, but I don't think I could kick it up like 4 gears like I could have when I was younger. So I can kind of notice that. But with that said, one of the things my doctor told me, she said, Dave, for your age, like you were, like if I took my patients who are your age, we brought in like 10 in here, like you're in pretty good shape, buddy. Like just with, physique and not having conditions and stuff like that. So, like keep kind of doing what you're doing. Green bananas would have a slower burn as far as carbs and they do. That's why I buy green bananas and I eat them before I bike, and then I'll pack them when I bike. And they totally do that. It's an awesome effect. I mean, and bananas are cheap, right? Even though we have inflation, like bananas are cheap. They come in their own wrappers. You don't have to kind of mess them. You just toss the peel into a ditch or field and when you're done. But if you get green bananas, they have just a slow carb release and a slow sugar release. So as you're biking, they really help you out. They level your, like, you don't have that instance of being like, oh God, like I feel physically tired. You don't get that when you eat green bananas. Now, green bananas aren't the tastiest, right? But it's something I learned. Like it's a big, big thing for distance biking. So Misty Mrs. Wayne to Ting Ting. We must be close in age depending on how close to 40 you are. Laugh out loud. So yeah. It's kind of, the older I get to is like, I haven't tied my shoes in 2 years. Oh, dress shoes. Yes. But like my shoes aren't tied right now. And it's just cause I kind of like the feel of not tied shoes. So it's just an older thing. No one's going to call you on it when you're 50 years old. Hey, your shoes aren't tied. I mean, like the laces aren't dragging on the floor. So I was like, pull them, toward the loop, but they're more comfortable that way. Not that my feet swell because I don't, but I just kind of like not tying my shoes. Now when I mow, I have my shoes tied or things like that, but just in general, like right now, my shoes are untied. And, I haven't bought I bought a couple new t-shirts this year, I should say, but I typically don't buy, my clothes have just kind of moved with me. Like my navy pea coat, God, that's 20 plus years old. And that gets dry cleaned every year at the end of the season and gets pulled out. That thing is heavy. This has got to be like 12 pounds, 15 pounds easily. So I noticed yogurt's going up. I bought some yogurt the other day. It's C&T. He's like, I'm back. And guess what, Doc? UPS was here and they just picked up your logo for the back and it's coming out to you. It'll be there in a day and a half. They're driving about 83 miles an hour. And I'm like, well, gosh, darn it. That's awesome. So, but I'm telling you, the back is going to be rearranged with that as a centerpiece. I'm really curious about how you're doing the light on it. I mean, I'm just saying, I think it's going to be awesome. I think when that all comes together back there is going to be really cool. So it's Coop. I want to have you on the show, Coop. I want to talk about some of the CNC, things that you do. And also I want to kind of take it into like, what would you see CNC as like if you're high school age? Like what are opportunities for people who are CNC? How might that interface with 3D printing? And I got some areas I kind of want to go into that topic. And you are the person who I want to have on the show about that. So let's see here. This is Jim. Not sure if I'm a chaotic god, neutral or what. So yeah, Loki would be the god of chaos, Loki, right? Ting Ting is saying, when I was 17, I joined the military after I earned my American citizenship in 2001. Awesome. That's enough to tell you how old I am. So I avoid tuna. I don't eat a lot of tuna. I do like some tuna packets and water. And I usually mix those up with, I don't know, like a potato chip type thing to get kind of a consistency. And then I throw in like a hot sauce, and I do it for protein. I don't do a lot of that. I do sardines like twice a week. King Oscar. I'm really a big sardines fan. Oh my God, I love sardines. So if people are like, oh, there's like too much lead in sardines. Well, I don't think so. And if there are, like, I get the benefits of sardines. I just love sardines. I love everything about sardines. You might think they're gross. My wife is like, oh, those are horrible and stinks up the kitchen. I'm like, I love sardines. Absolutely do. Oh, hummus. My God, tahini hummus. That's something I forgot about too. Hummus is awesome. Yeah, hummus and vegetables, or even hummus and crackers. You're mixing protein and carbs. Like, that's a big biking thing I've done too. I kind of got away from hummus this year, not for the fact of any reason, just I forgot. I forgot to get hummus. My God, yeah, mercury. You're right. Like in tuna, you got to be careful. I think it's less prevalent in sardines, but I'm kind of willing to roll the dice on the mercury stuff where I'm at in life. Toy Town, hey Doc, come in. Hey buddy, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. So Mrs. Wayne saying, I'm about a year, maybe a bit older than you, if I'm figuring right. So one of the things I do is and when I teach my classes, I'm like, I'm older than everybody in here except that guy. But Navy, yeah, it is a US Navy issued pea coat, which is wool, and it's very heavy, and it is held up excellent over the years, and it gets professionally dry cleaned every year. And that thing it's 12, 15 pounds. It could be more than that. That is the coat I had on when I was in that car accident in 2019, January 2019. It totaled out my car, and I had the coat on, and I was all covered in glass, and I was all banged up and bruised, and not severely hurt, but hurt. And the coat, I think there wasn't even a mark from the seatbelt on the coat. The coat was so thick and robust. I think it seriously protected me big time in that accident. But yeah, to this day, and the coat's had to have a little work done on it and things like that. But I'll probably have that till the day I die, and someone else will be wearing it. But so yeah, that is. It's really good. So people always compliment that coat too. They're always in winter. They'll be like, "That is an awesome coat, man." I'm like, "It's U.S. Navy, U.S. Navy, man. This coat, like, this is an old coat, right?" But yeah, Ron Wayne. So, are you stacking firewood or making a patio area on the awesome new concrete pad? So, thanks for asking that question, buddy. Let's do this. All right, let's do this. Okay, so Ron, this is the concrete pad. So it originally ended right here. In the old days, it ended here, and it went over to here. And then this is all smashed. It's just garbage. So I pushed it out 6 feet here, which is, I don't know, I measured this. Is this 8 feet? So anyway, it's about 90 new square foot. And I couldn't go out any further this way because then I encroach on the property line, which was 8 inches away. The fence is on the neighbor's property, so you can kind of see how close. And I couldn't go much further this way because I had to keep 5 feet away from if there's sidewalk coming through. So this is pretty much what I could do. What I am going to do is I'm going to put some 4x4s back here, just pieces of wood, 4x4s, which a friend of mine is going to give me. And I'm going to put them here. I don't know if I'll like aim them this way because this is 9.5 feet from the steel siding down. I don't want anything to fall on the steel siding. And this is 11 feet. So just so you have a image, this is 8 foot, this pad, this is 11 foot. I don't know if I want to put it way back here, if I kind of want to put it up here. Part of me wants to like more or less put it in this area, like right here. What I would do is I would lay down right here, 4x5. Here's the drain, so I'd lay it over here. So 4x4, 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 and then I would put wood out here. I guess I could put it back further, but like no one's going to pull up and steal firewood. I just don't expect like that's going to happen. And I would just rather have it out here than have it pushed back here. And then I could do it. I don't know. But I am thinking of putting 4x4s down and probably 2 to 3 cords of firewood over here. And eventually probably like half my firewood, like 5 cords, 5, 6 out here. But I don't want it higher than 4 foot. And I want to keep a gap between the siding. This is steel siding, so I don't want anything to fall and dent my steel siding. This is my neighbor's fence, which is just bad shape. Fence is really, really old. And this has a very steep pitch to it, which I did on purpose to drain away from the foundation of the garage. But it is broom finished, so it has a lot of traction on it. So I think I would. So as far as like stacking wood, it's not a problem. I can take care of anything that the grade has. I can counter that with how I stack the wood. But yeah, I am going next season. I am going to put at least half my firewood out here, and the stuff that I would burn first, and I'll burn the rest from the basement. But it's so much work, man. To just, and what I was talking about is over here. This is grass seed I planted, right? And clover. The clover is coming up. The grass is starting to come up, but it's been cold. But we're going to have a stretch of 5 days where it'll be between 50 and 70. And I think all this will come in seed. And then I think it's all going to be okay. Yeah. I think the mason did a great job of putting this. We put this so it would come at ground level. Well, he brought this ground in. So there's a lot of ground. Like this was dug down about 10 inches. But I didn't want the slab to be up above the ground. Because I think that looks bad, like from the road. And then it also becomes this weird thing if you're mowing. And so I kind of wanted it to be, so this will all kind of settle down. Like I put the soil up to this, but after a freeze and thaw and after a couple mowing and whatever, that will drop down a 1/2 inch to 1 inch to be kind of comparable to like what's going on here. I think I'm going to keep the bush here, the fire bush where it's at. I have to redo the stones a little bit because they got messed up, but I'm like, yeah, I might as well just leave it where it's at. This thing is awesome, by the way, though. Like I can pull this car, my lacrosse, I can put my lacrosse right over here. Even if I put the wheels over, it opens up a lot of space. If I'm detailing out the vehicle, like, now I've got space to walk around it when I'm detailing out. And I could easily get it up over here because this is 6 foot wide. This is 9 foot wide. So I can get it up, which I don't really have a reason to do that. But again, in winter, like this vehicle, you can tell, like if you can't open the right hand door here because like you're in the garage. But if you're out here and I stop, you can open, boom. Now you're out onto a paved area, which is broomed. So it has grip on it, right? So it's all good. So it's so much nice. And I sit right out here. I might actually sit over here now but June, July, August, September, every night I'm sitting out here just saying hi to people as they're going by, soaking up the sunset, just loving life, right? So this is so good. I added in pea gravel over here because this was just dirt. So yesterday I added in pea gravel and I put some stones on top of it because I don't want it to erode back. I don't think it would. I mean, it would have to be pretty crazy for that to happen, but just as an extra step, I added in 20 pounds of pea gravel. I'm getting probably about 500 pounds of stone next year to put around, and I'll redo all of this for my neighbor. Like this was their edging, so I will like get all of that out of there and put a nice clean edge coming over here. And so I said, don't worry about it. They're all cool. They're like, we know you'll take care of it. But yeah, so that is 400 square feet of concrete pad. It is really nice. It just adds so much to the house. So bacon. Sardines are good nutrient dense food, especially if they're packed in olive oil. They last forever. Yeah, I do olive oil and jalapenos because I like the spicy stuff. They do. I love sardines. I'll have sardines tonight. I could get sardines at the dollar store, hot sauce, mustard, plain, grape. You bet. Yeah, Jim, sardines are awesome. And before I bike, I do sardines or like afterwards because of the protein. And then they're heart healthy, but you want that protein. Got some ramen today. Wow. Inflation, but I'm stocked again, says Bolo. Yeah, I was shopping the other day and I was picking up some yogurt and like there was nothing that was cheap. There was no generic brand that was cheap. There was nothing. So, I mean, finally with what I went with was okay, but I'm like, holy smokes. Like you could usually get, some generic container of yogurt or Greek yogurt, which would be $2-3. And that wasn't an option. So I'm like, inflation, right, is now pervasive. I mean, everything is out there. So Jason Wiggs, it's that new show subscriber. So it's Traveling Fools. I miss my pea coat. May have been hot, but would work in a survival situation. Absolutely. Yeah, 100% Navy issue pea coat. Was I in the Navy? No, I was not. I bought this as military surplus and like 25 years ago. But it is an official Navy issue pea coat, and I wear it. I've worn it every winter since. It is super warm. And even on days, I can wear it when it's still like almost 45, 50 out, and it's still comfortable. And it is just made extremely well. And I've had it sewn a couple times for some minor things, but like it is awesome. So when I'm out in like minus 20, 30, like that is it. And I think I don't know, I guess maybe they made them better back then. This is probably 90s vintage stock. I love it. Oh, I used to wear a World War II officer's long coat. Corey, yeah. I need a long coat, like a duster, like a rancher's duster for like temperatures of 40 to like 60. I don't have anything like that. I've tried Spam, and I haven't tried Spam in ages. Good idea. I like Spam. I grew up on Spam, but we don't have it here. It's not kind of a thing that my wife and kids eat. So, but Jim's saying, yeah, I'm pissed. I lost my uncle's wool overcoat from the Marines. Rest in peace, my uncle. They don't make those, I don't think, anymore. It was warm. Yeah. I'm thankful I have this coat. And it always receives compliments. People are always like, that is a really nice coat. I'm like, yeah, thank you. And it's one of those things too, like that coat I honestly believe like I'll have that coat till I die, because it hasn't shown substantial wear, and I don't use it for any activities where there would be wear on the coat. I'm not like sawing wood with it or anything. So, but I love it. I'm out and people are like, hey, that's great. And it's an awesome coat to have. And, like I said, the key, I think, every year is to take it to a reputable dry cleaner and have them care for it. So, Traveling Fools. My wife eats Spam all the time, makes soup with it. Gosh, that's awesome. I do love Spam. I miss Spam right now. If somebody handed me a Spam sandwich on white bread, I would eat it. I'd eat like 3 of them right now. Army Surplus, where I got mine. Yeah, Army Surplus has kind of gone up in price, and like it's kind of picked over, but there are many things I got from Army Surplus, which I had for a long, long time. Backpacks, things like that, shorts, socks. So I have like a camo Iraq type jacket that I wear when I'm working in my backyard with my weed whacker or cut and brush, because it's heavy duty and I got it cheap. Fits me great. So I salvaged a bunch of U-Haul moving blankets. Those things work great. Ting ting. I have one. My godfather had one in his estate. So I have that actually in the trunk of my car, an orange U-Haul moving blanket. Yeah. And I figure, well, I could use it for a number of things, but also if there was ever an accident or something, like I could slam it in the trunk of my car, and it would also be like this big orange visual to people, right? So those things are really nice. So yeah, Bolo, you were the one who gave me that advice originally when I showed the photos. You were posting and saying, yeah, I'm not sure on that firebush you should be doing anything with it. You should probably leave it where it is. You were the one. I remember that. And actually, I think you put the thought in my mind. But the more I look at it now, and the more I look at like where the concrete slab and as this things start to green up, I'm like, yeah, like I should just leave that bush where it is, because it's settled. It's in there. When I do the mulch dye, it's going to take an extra step. I'm just going to have to put a piece of newspaper on that cement slab and to make sure I don't get dye on it. But that's not a big deal. And then I need to kind of fix those scallop stones right here, the scalp stones got, when they were putting this in, the scalp stones got pushed in a little bit. That's 10 minutes of work to dig that out. And I might do that yet this fall. I don't know. I don't want to kind of mess with this, but I'm like, yeah, I might just leave it the way it is. I mean, because I can still run my mower just over here, and it's not that big of a thing. And so, so I'm like, I don't know. And again, right, once things take root and they've been growing for a while, if it died and I had to like put in a new fire bush, then I might move things. But Bolo gave good advice, and I think it's been resonating in my mind of saying, listen to Bolo, listen to Bolo. Put pallets up on the fence dock and on the driveway, then stack the firewood. It'll dry better on a pallet, and if it falls on the fence, pallet helps resist fence damage. Good advice. So the fence belongs to my neighbor. And this fence isn't in good shape, and they tell me they're going to put up a different fence. I hope they do. If not, I still have enough space where I could put up a fence here because they have kids and they have steel siding and things they thrown over here. And I do want a fence between the properties. So yeah. So I got to think I could do pallet, right? I could do that. And so I got a friend who's got some 4x4s. So I could lay those down, and I don't want to go any higher than like maybe 3 foot. So I want to keep it low. So I don't know. I got to think it out a little bit, but yeah, it's going to be, everything will be closer to the fence than the house. You're absolutely right, because anything ever falls on this fence, that's not a big deal, this fence. But I mean, this is steel siding over here. I mean, like if we were to replace the steel siding, I think the quote was $55,000 on our house to replace the steel siding. That's why we pay more for insurance. It wasn't that much when it was put on in 2008. Steel siding was actually pretty cheap back then. But it's hurricane grade steel siding. If it was to be replaced with the labor and the cost of the siding, $55,000. It might actually be higher than that right now. So, but yeah, so I've got plenty of space. Like I can move things. I don't know. I kind of want to put it out in this area though. I got to think about it a little bit, but I'm just glad. I'm just like so happy to have this. You know, it's hard to get people to work and stuff like that, but so soon UPS pirates will be snatching wood too. Yeah, it could happen. You'd have to be pretty committed to come in here and do a heist of some of my firewood. And like for most people, that's going to be largely useless. So I'm willing to tarp over it and kind of play the odds that people aren't going to come in and steal we have all these places in town that sell firewood anyway at the stands. And that's usually not the grade of firewood that I have, but I guess if it became an issue, then I just have to keep everything downstairs, but I don't think it will be. I think I'll be okay. Ron, that looks really good, Doc. My fire bush is peeking out red right now. Yeah, I took this picture a couple days ago, or maybe it was yesterday. I don't know. Ron's like, what? It was yesterday. So yeah, that has been there maybe 3-4 years, and I planted it, so one of the things when these things get older is they get really big, and then they kind of get all sections kind of die off, at least in Wisconsin, but it's got a lot of life, I think, ahead of it. And it does look really nice. And in spring and summer, like it stays green. So it also from the road, it kind of blocks out your view to the back. Although this is just like kind of, that's the park back there. But I mean, if you had anything over here, it blocks it out. Now in winter, it just becomes a bunch of sticks, right? But it does do, and that's the one reason I put it out there was visually from the road. You're not looking into my backyard. You're looking at the fire bush. That's why I originally put it out there. But yeah, the more I look at this, like I've got enough space here, and if this grass comes in and stuff like that, I can't tell you guys how like happy I am to have this new concrete slab. Because again, the other one was damaging the foundation. It was just horrible. It's horrible from the day we moved in. It just sucked. And it was small, and it didn't come out. It only went this far. So you could never really do anything worthwhile. But now I can actually put a vehicle over here. If I'm detailing my vehicle or either one, I can put it over a foot, which makes a big difference. Once you're working on something and you can work around it and have pavement. I'm thinking about getting a little roller that I can sit on through Grot's garage as a gift to myself. I think they're like $120 because like when I detail out my vehicles, I spend a lot of time, and I would actually like to sit and be able to roll around my vehicle and do like from the door handles down sitting. Actually, it's kind of therapeutic. It's cathartic. So now I could do it because I've got the concrete. But yeah, I'm so glad. So local family business, 3 generations, and went with a 6-bag concrete. So 4,000 PSI, went with strong concrete. So not that I know what the hell any of that really means, but right. We got it all together. So jail, posting the link there. The guy that made that video. Let's see here. Let me bring up watch the feet. Oh, it's a cat that's kneading. Must know that somebody's coming. Yeah, our cats knead once in a while. Those wool sweaters are warm as can be for a sweater. So Jim, and what I do is, so in winter, I typically wear, I went on to eBay, and there's a store, eBay store in Minnesota, and they get used NFL merchandise. And a couple of years ago, I bought, first of all, I was at Lambeau Field, and they put out player worn apparel for sale. And that's usually pretty cheap, like $10, $15. And I got a couple thermal long sleeve shirts, and they're like polyester, but they're like really, and they're long, which is good. And they're fitted. So as you wear them, if you tuck them in, like they look good, they don't look baggy. And because it's winter, they're tucked in, which is good because, breezes and stuff like that. You don't want anything that ends at the waist. So I bought a couple of those, and then I went online and I found the store, so I bought like Seattle Seahawks and Baltimore Ravens and whatever you could get. And so now I own like maybe 6 or 7 of these shirts that I maybe paid $100 total for. And I wear those, and they're super warm, and I wouldn't, so like I ordered a 3XL. I'm not a 3XL person, right? But because they're 3XL, they're made to be more form-fitting for 3XL. They fit like kind of normal on me, but they're long, but that's fine. I'm fine with long. And the sleeves are kind of just normal length on me. But yeah, maybe sometime I'll show those on a show, but those were great. And I found a couple on eBay and was lucky enough to scrounge those up. But that's what I wear in winter. Almost just jeans and these NFL cold, which the players wear. They actually, some of them still have the players' names like ironed on a tag in the back of them. Like they're not like superstar players, but this player Bradley, number 52 or whatever with the Ravens. And that's really good. And I also wear like my American Giant hoodie when those are warm, but like winter's hard. Like from November to March, like it's cold. I wear my winter hat, and inside the house even it's cold. The studio is cold. It'd be like 65 down here or 62. So it does get chilly, and because the humidity drops, it makes it feel even colder. But yeah, that was like a thing. I found those NFL, and I went out and for like $100, like I'm set for years. Like I wear the same things. Like I got a couple New York Jets. So the thing was like, you find the teams that really suck. And at that time, like the Jets, right? So you could pick up Jet stuff for like super cheap because nobody's buying it. So I'd be like, I'll buy so yeah, it's cool. I've got my whole kind of assembly of that. So Corey's saying cat food and litter being iffy on paydays. Cat treats couldn't find any beef flavors. Sorry to hear about that. Yeah, we've had a hard time finding the treats. We've had to order some for our cats. I always keep 3 bags extra of litter since the pandemic. And the reason I do that is because I'm thinking, boy, I mean, if inflation, right, and whatever happens, litter would be one of the first things you probably would kick off the Walmart truck, right? Because litter's heavy and you're not charging a lot for it. So, 50-pound bag of litter, you'd get that off for other merchandise that you're charging more for. So I always keep like 3 bags of litter in reserve. And I tell my, at some point we'll use them. We have 3 cats. So, yeah. Family Dollar has 5 pounds of litter for $1.25. Okay. So 5. So I'm buying a 50-pound bag, and thankfully, like I can easily like pick up a 50-pound bag. There's so many times at Walmart in the cat litter area, like I'll be there and someone will be like, "Hey, can you like lift this bag into my cart?" I'll be like, "Sure, no problem." But thankfully, like I have the strength, where 50 pounds isn't a big deal for me. So Bolo saying, got a Canadian tank gunner jacket, my old reliable now. Yeah, I'm with you, man. A lot of stuff that I have is either former pro sports, like apparel that's been worn. I don't wear anything with people's names on the back, but like, because that stuff I think is pretty well made, or like military. So yeah, Bolo, I am just a humble decision maker. Bolo, you were the one that had convinced me to leave the Firebush where it's at, and the Firebush thanks you. But no, actually, when you mentioned that, that starts to get me thinking of is, and actually my dad came down over the weekend, my mom and dad, and he was saying, yeah, if I were you, I would probably just leave this where it's at. I think as time passes, this will just seem normal to you. Like, don't mess with it. And I'm like, yeah, there really isn't any need to do that. Pancakes. Yeah, I'm not a big pancakes guy. Every once in a while, but I'm kind of not there. Talk to your neighbor before you start doing anything, as he may like what your thoughts are, pay half the cost. Safety talk. Oh, well, okay. So my neighbors were really cool on the fence. They let me take their fence down for the concrete project, so the concrete people could get in there, which made that project much easier. And as far as like, so that's where I'm kind of paying them back of saying like, I will totally do the landscape finish between my slab and your property, which is like 7 feet. I'll do that. And for me, it's just more, it's labor and it'll look good. And I'm just repurposing some commercial edging that I had anyways. So it really only it'll cost me maybe like $50 in stone. But that to me is like, if they would have said no to me taking down their fence, like it would have really thrown a wrench into this project. So that's kind of a big thank you back from me to them of saying, yeah, thanks for doing this. My old neighbors would not have done that. So we did have a window on that side. So you're talking about the windows or their basketball hoop. This was done by the previous owner, who was a doctor who owned many clinics. And he was a feisty guy. If I would mow, so the property line was their fence. And like, if I would mow an inch over on their property, he'd be knocking on my door angry. And he put this up and for his kids. And so this thing's been up there 15, 20 years. And it was like real top end at the time. I mean, again, an MD, this is a big house. There was a koi pond back here. Now it's just a pond, and like, it's a big house. But and we had a window on this side of the garage. So when we did the steel siding, I said, I don't want the window anymore. They put plywood over it and they put the steel siding. But I do still have a window further up and for the door, and I still have a light over there. And it's a steel siding. Like, you could have put this anywhere. Like, why would you not put it back here? You have all this concrete pad, like literally put it back on your property so you're shooting in that direction. Why put it here? That's the stupidest thing ever. And you're always going to have vehicles parked here anyway. Like, you wouldn't. So yeah, it was a stupid move. And I look at this, and that's one reason, because I'm like, well, I can't really park a vehicle here because, right, if kids are out here shooting and that goes over, it's going to hit a vehicle. So It totally should have been put on the side of their property. It made no sense. It made no sense at all to put it here, other than to maybe spite the neighbor, because the story goes that the original concrete pad was put in because the neighbor, who was a pastor, the second owner of the house in the 70s, had a boat, and he put his boat over here. And then this neighbor, who was a doctor, was upset of looking at this guy's boat all the time. So he built this fence, which is still original. It's been painted and fixed, and it's not in good shape. And so they never got along together. And anyway, this hoop got put up, but yeah, it sucks because my neighbors have 3 boys and they're playing hoops a lot, and I get it, but it would be so much better if that hoop wasn't there. But what am I going to do? There's not much I can do with that. So it's Billy, 6-bag concrete. You bet. I hope you're subscribing to the show, Billy. Subscribe. Fiber. Did not do fiber. So, no. But did 6-bag on 4 inches of compacted gravel. So, I don't know. There'll never be a big load over here, and I don't know. I'm kind of mixed on the whole fiber thing. None of my other concrete had fiber, and that's 45 years old, and there's not a crack in this concrete. Yeah, the surface is kind of dinged up, but there's not a crack. So I don't know. So, but it's looking good. It's looking good. If I were to 5-inch, no, 4-inch. This is a 4-inch pour. 4-inch concrete on top of 4-inch of compacted gravel. It was 4-inch, which was all splintered and like someone just poured, right? This was a job just the homeowner did. And it was just on top of a garden. We literally found plastic and metal edging under the slab when we took it out. So no, this is rated at 4,000 PSI, and it was from the batch plant, right? So it came in on the truck, but it's 4,000 PSI, which I can't imagine my driveway's rate is during the 4,000 PSI. So, I don't anticipate, and it was sealed that day, and we did a higher end commercial cure seal, which they put on 12 hours later, which is meant to go on 12 hours later, which of course strengthens that. And so, yeah, everything's good. But I anticipate we'll be fine. I'm not putting anything really heavy over there. And by code also, I couldn't park like an RV over here. That would be against our city code and things like that. So this is really meant to be able to get out over. Oh, I don't even have it up here. It's to be able to get out over here from the vehicle in winter, because otherwise you can't get out in the garage. And so I can stack some firewood over here. And I also wanted a work area that I could work on my bike or just house stuff. Like I can put up my sawhorses and do projects, right? I have 2 outlets on this side of the garage. I've got, outlet over here, but so now I've got a really nice kind of outdoor work area. So, and I could only run this far. This is 8 inches from the property line. I couldn't go any further up. And here I could have technically curved this a little or angled this a little broader, but then you get to very kind of a thin slab, and you're not supposed to have anything that's not 45 degrees. So like if you start to angle this like at 40 or 38, the city could get kind of pissy. And you could only take this technically up about 18 inches. And that's as far as you could go with code, because if they put sidewalk through, it would cut off right at the top of this. Anyway, like this was code compliant with our city ordinance. But no, it's really good. It's really good. Really good. Doc, do you use fur coats ever show up in third shops there? I don't really look for them. It's a good question. I don't look for them. Thrift shops. Yeah, I don't know. I absolutely love a pinch of dill seed and soup or veggies, Jim. Me too. Absolutely. Litter good for weighing down your trunk in winter. Yeah, I'm in pretty good shape with that. We usually take the 4-wheel drive or the all drive, and anytime there's winter driving, my vehicle is not good for winter. I have low profile tires on my LaCrosse, just not good. So I usually take the SUV, but I did take a bag of litter. We had somebody get stuck. We live on top of a hill, and in winter, sometimes the bottom of the hill, you can't come up. So the city will plow it unless they sand it. People are screwed. So I took a bag of cat litter down once. Somebody was stuck, and I emptied out like half the litter, and then I just like I got everything cleared up and got them out of there. It was really weird too, because the person was like, they were so nervous. They kept calling people, and they were like, "Oh, I'm just like, I got to call people to get me out of here." I'm like, "No one's coming to get you out of here. Like, I'm glad to help you." And they weren't like afraid of me, because it was like it was a parent of one of my kids' friends, and so they knew me. And I said, just like chill out. Like, you'll take 20 minutes and you'll be out of here. Just take me a little time. And whatever you do, like, don't spin the tires when I'm working on the vehicle. Like, put it in neutral or put it in park. And then when I tell you like to do something, do it. But yeah, I got them out. And they were like, "Oh my God, thank you so much." I'm like, not a big deal. You just got to be patient. You're not the first person here who can't, the hill. So, but yeah, I'm really thankful. Last year we bought a new SUV and we got all-wheel drive for the first time ever, right? Especially when gas prices go up, that's when to buy a all-wheel drive, but we don't put a lot of miles on it. But it did make a big difference in winter to have an all-wheel drive vehicle. The first one ever. I never had all-wheel drive before. And to have an all-wheel drive SUV really was a big plus. Teacher, cats are crap outside. If we have so many like coyotes and foxes around here, I don't think they ever come back. My good friend lent me a 69 Jag. It's Billy. I think that he wants to put me in the hangar. Oh my goodness. My transmission kind of sucks. Billy, if you're not subscribed to the show, please subscribe. I keep a bag of rock salt and litter or sand and trunk for your winter stock, and a D-handle coal shovel and trunk. I do. I keep kind of like a coal. I have like a smaller metal shovel, like an edging shovel that I keep in the trunk, which will break through ice and anything that I got to get out. So not like a plastic shovel. Someone's like trying to get out. Like, this will actually get you out. But it's a good point. Yeah. I should throw like a 50-pound bag of litter in there. So they used to put at the end of my block a 55-gallon drum of sand every winter up until like 10 years ago. And then they stopped. And that was a good thing. Like, people would go and sand off their driveways. We don't really have a lot of sidewalk around here, or else they would throw it at the end of the hill where it was all icy. The city needs to do that again. What I do is I use my fireplace ash, and if it's in winter, I'll take it and periodically I'll put it at the end of my driveway. And also, if we have like a lot of ice, I'll put it down toward the end of the hill, and that tends to give a lot of traction. So yeah, take a 5-gallon metal pail of ash down and spread it. I don't like to do too much of that because it kind of tracks into the garage. So like, I just put it at the end of the driveway, but ash works really well in winter. And of course, it's because it's usually black. It sucks up the heat and it sucks up the sun. But ash is really good. But I wouldn't put it like in my car or anything, but if I've got to work on my driveway or something, I rarely do salt because it's so damaging to the concrete. But every once in a while, you don't have a choice. We get an ice storm that comes in, and there might be 2 times a year you've got to use salt. Just the way that it is. Thinking, I finally found and made bread and butter pickles. I've loved those since I was a young girl. That's awesome. So Billy, if you're not subscribed, Bolo wants you to subscribe. Jim's saying, I've seen people train their cat to poop in the toilet, even flush it. Yeah, it could be. I think we have one cat that could probably pull that off. I don't think the other 2 could. So we have 6 litter boxes. We have 1 corner litter box, which is really heavy duty. So my youngest daughter cleans them during the week, but every Saturday or Sunday, I empty all the litter out, and then I scrub the boxes, wash them all out. We have a farmer's sink downstairs, a big wash sink, which is just, and so everything fits in there, and just clean everything out, and then put in new litter, and then I always pour like baking powder on top, so to clean everything out. But yeah, And I have one cat, Mr. Bojangles. So we have a water container, and I switch that out too when I do the litter. And we do that a couple times a week, like freshen up the water. But he'll sit by the water until I actually like empty it out into the drain. We have a floor drain, and then I will put new water in there. So he's like always like, hey, where's the water? I'm like, it's coming, buddy. Hang out. So yeah, let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, Corey about his cat having a bladder thing. Not getting a box. Yeah, we have one of our cats is ill, terminally ill. So just making his life the best we can here in the last month or two. But he loves fires. So like he'll hang out upstairs on a couch and sleep when there's a fire going. So he's been out on the porch when it's been sunny and warm. Now he's got his fires. And so we've got those type of things that he's able to partake in, I think, as he's in kind of his hospice stage right now. But so yeah. I had a friend of mine, Corey, who, this was years ago, but he had a cat, and he put the litter box on top of the fridge. He lived in an apartment and apparently didn't have a lot of room, but I remember I'm like, what's the deal? He's like, oh, the cat goes up there. I'm like, that doesn't seem like a good setup, man. I'd try to come up with something else than the litter box on top of the fridge. So, Billy's saying I had a lawyer, a Boxster. Don't get a Boxster, get a real Porsche. So, or get a 2017 Buick LaCrosse with 32,000 miles on, which I have. 310 horsepower V6. Yes. So, let's see here. Teaching to teach is another level of learning. So, yeah, I enjoy my classes. I put a lot of time into it. All the classes I teach, my two I'm teaching this fall, which are basically like advanced 700 level law classes, legal classes. And a lot goes into those. And I think I've upped, I know I've upped my game this year. I'm a much better professor. We do more interactive activities, and I'm reaching out to my friends who are lawyers and saying like, yeah, help me like come up with, some documents I can share, and I'm asking people directly for the answers. Like, hey, Wisconsin esports. Like, well, let me talk to the head of that. Like, what does it take to get esports in a school, and what's the Board of Education policy? What's your liability? So, yeah, and we've done more activities which I've shied away a little bit from my case studies, which are kind of my go-to. I made these great case studies and say like, hey, like split into two groups, and you're going to appoint somebody to present for 4 minutes as if they're giving testimony to the state legislative body for like school funding. Boom. And here's like the 4 points you have to have. You have to start with who you are and why you're qualified. If you're for or against the bill, a personal story, and then the fourth is a irrefutable fact. Like that's those 4 things. You can make up the story and the fact. And but I want you to get used to this. You have 4 minutes to present. And man, those were great activities. So it's good. Yeah. I have 2 Buicks. So the SUV is a Buick, and my car is Buick. Buick stopped making cars, but yeah, it's my second Buick, but I'm big on Buick. So big time. My vehicle is kind of basic. The SUV has like the heated seats, heated steering wheel, moonroof, all of that stuff. Big, all the cameras, 360 cameras, and the big displays, which is actually very cool. Like, and it is when you're driving, you're parking, like, right. It is much better. And there are many things about that vehicle, which I like, but mine is kind of this at the end of the old school era of the big engine and the, not a lot of frills with that. I got leather seats, but like there's no heated seat and just a basic radio, which is fine. Like I'm totally happy with that. But I don't even know some of the on the SUV, like the stuff on that is just like beyond me. So it's my wife's vehicle and my daughter drives it too. So, but yeah, where you get in and it automatically remembers you and it, moves the seat to your positioning and sets all the settings. But it's a good vehicle. We ordered it, and when it came in last year, we were ahead of the whole supply thing because now, like, if you get those, they don't have the chips, right? So they don't have all the features. So we were ahead of that when we ordered this. It was before all of the shortage stuff, which I kind of thought that was happening. And plus the price went up. So when we ordered it, we locked it in. So like the new version of this sells for like 8,000 more than what we paid for this one, back in December. So kind of lucked out. I am very introverted. I love teaching people, but I drain fast. Ting ting. Yeah. I'm kind of an introvert to some extent, probably to more, like what you're hearing here. Like, yeah, but I'm down in my office, my studio. But when I get done presenting, I'm very animated when I present, a lot of energy. But when on the ride home and stuff, I kind of feel like I am drained. I literally will. That's the one time I do a monster drink for kind of energy, but psychologically, I'm kind of drained. Like I leave it all on the field when I teach, and then, which is okay. But like I do sense that like I do. It takes me a little while to reset. Like there's no way I could do that like day in and day out. Like it takes a little bit of time. So it is something like when my students like see me present, like they're getting super high energy start to finish and all of that stuff, which is really cool for me and cool for them, because it kind of energizes them. But that isn't real life sustainable. Like that's not kind of real life me. But it is like real life teaching me. 70s Ford truck, no fancy except for 79 Ford Bronco 4x4. Yeah. Billy. Bolo, eliminate waste. Work from home, save me. Yeah, no kidding. Being down here in the studio. So the studio, I consulted all through the pandemic down here. I had contracts, mostly in California, and to the fact where I was working down here 12 hours a day. And that got to be too much, but it was something where like people just wanted more and more and more and more of my time. And I mean, I was billing out the highest rate I ever billed out for my consulting. And even that, like I could keep that going up. It didn't matter. Like people just wanted the services. When I say consulting, like on special education law and compensatory ed now to do things in big districts in California and stuff like that. And helping them out during the pandemic. And, but yeah, so it's been, and I kind of, as crazy as that was, I do miss it a little bit. Like I'm glad I took a year off from it, but there is part of me that I want to go back. I want to go back into that because for me, like I'm in a position where I'm respected, right? As they're contracting with me, and it was very good money, but so I don't know. I gotta think that out a little bit. So I have all the money in the world. I like 79 Ford. My friend John Walton's dad liked the 77. Fortunately, John and his dad have passed. Oh my goodness. Billy. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Bill. Yeah. It's one of those things too, like you never know how long you have, right? Because even though I'm 51, like I have classmates who have already died from accidents or cancer, and so you never know. I think last year in my county, 2 or 3 people were biking, like got killed during the day in bike rides, like people hit them, cars. And I've never had that experience of a close encounter, but you just, So that was one of the things, like I want to get a better mic. So, I spent the money on this mic. I want to do a few more things here at the show in the studio, and, and just, that was the thing that was really important when I was consulting and the weather improved, and I wasn't making excuses. I wasn't making up stories. And I flat out would tell my clients, we have a meeting scheduled or whatever for Tuesday. It's supposed to be 78 and sunny. I'm going to be biking. What's another day that works for you? And I couldn't have done that 10 years ago. Right. Or even, like, maybe it seems weird to have done it a year or two ago, or 2 years ago, I guess. But I'm like, I don't know. I mean, how long do I have? Like, anything could happen to anybody at any time, but I could have a heart attack out biking and be done. I want to do the things that I enjoy, and this is something I enjoy, and we don't have a lot of great weather, so I'm going to do this, and I will give you 100% of my effort and attention on a different day. Let's reschedule it. And I'll tell you, people always respected that. So Ting Ting is calling it a night. I'm going to call it a night soon. Thank you for being here, Ting Ting, and also a supporter of the show. If you haven't, please consider reading or getting a hold of me if you're in need of a review or copy. You do need more reviews for the book from people who've actually read it, right? That is my email right there. Please don't hesitate to get a hold of me. So thank you, Ting Ting, and take care. Take care. So once asked, how many good are left? They're all supposed to be good days. Yeah, actually, that's a good statement, Bolo. Yeah. So no, it's a really, I don't know. I'm not at any reflective point here at age 51, right? But there is this thing, like my wife and I we're planning like a family vacation, next spring or next early summer, which we'll do. We're just like, how long will our daughters really want to do this, or they'll have their own things they'll be doing? Like, they're off doing their own things now anyway. And it's kind of like this past year, the concrete curbing put around the house. Well, that wasn't cheap. That was a couple $1,000s. That edging, which looks really great. And then, like, this concrete, which part of it had to be done for the foundation, but the other part was like, because I wanted it to be done. But I mean, and then I made more of a commitment to biking again this year. So I biked, several thousand miles, which was good. And, but it is that thing. And that's where kind of my closing thing with the superintendents is, like, don't just burn your life out working. Like, yes, you have to work, but there will be times when you have to say, I'm taking this day, or I'm taking a couple days off and doing this, right? And again, for me, it was that whole thing with biking. And as I said, I think actually one of my contacts, people said this back to me of saying, God, I wish I was you. Like, I have so much respect for what you're doing of taking that bike ride and canceling the meeting. I said, well, I'm not really canceling, I'm postponing the meeting, but people, what I found was, if anyone was like offended by that, I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry. Well, then, whatever. But if people just respected it, they respected it. And I didn't use it overly. It might've been 3-4 times that I did it, but it was just be like, hey, like, there are only so many 78 and sunny days here in Wisconsin. And by God, if that's on deck, and I know that, like, a few days out, I got to be on a bike. And so there's some message in that. There's some theme in that of how we kind of run our lives. And right, you can say, well, yeah, you can do that because, like, you already, they're not going to leave, and you're older and you don't have to worry about this stuff. And that is all kind of true. But I do think there is this definite level of respect people have. And then they maybe turn it into themselves a little bit of saying, maybe I need to prioritize. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting too deep into that. So, Bolo, I get lucky once in a while. So, guys, hopefully this microphone has been sounding kick ass, right? Bacon, how's the microphone sounding? Bacon, how's it sounding there? How is the microphone? Evian bike style for it. I just decided. How's the microphone, by the way? It's sounding good, sounding the best it's ever sounded. But no, I just decided this was the approach, and it was. I thought, well, should I tell people I've got other commitments and just leave it broad like that? And I said no. You know, as I was kind of going back and forth, I'm like, I'm going to flat out just say I'm going to be biking, and you know, but when I bike, like I can, you know, it helps me to stay sharp and and this is what I'm doing. So, and I'm glad I did that versus like coming up with, oh, like I've got this, or I've got to check in on, you know, a relative or whatever. And no, it was completely, hey, I can send you, I think actually a couple of them, I sent pictures like after or before like the next meeting, like, hey, like looking forward to our meeting today. But here's a picture from the bike ride 2 days ago. There's something to that. I just found out, this is Billy. One of my best friends is part of the elite that wants to control all of us. Yikes. That could be Bolo. He's the cannonball runner of Canada. We must have our priorities. Yeah. Like I said, I think it worked because I was older and I could play that card, and I knew they weren't going to be like, well, we can't work with you then. But there is something to that. And like I said, it was very important. And even in the past week, we had, I don't know, past 7 days, we had one of the days it was 74, and I looked at the forecast. And I'm like, I'm biking that day. That's the day it turned out. It was really great for the first like 30 miles. And there was like a 30-mile-an-hour crazy wind as the front came through on the last 10 miles. But I was like, I'm biking that day, and I just changed my whole schedule. So like that was my biking day, and I did bike. And it was awesome. Like it was, and now I've like winterized the bike, but even though like Sunday's going to be warm, I'm like, I don't know, I won't, I'll do something else. I could like hike and do something like that, but I probably won't bike. But yeah, I have to have your priorities. I'm not elite. Bolo, I'm not elite either. So bike cash bar is in Ohio, says Jim. Me neither, but my friends are, and I'm sick. Oh my goodness, Billy. So I know famous people. I have famous people in my cell phone actually, but I'm not famous. So and my famous friends, one of the things about having friends who are famous, like either athletics or pro athletes or whatever it is, just be chill about it, right? Like I've never ever, or if you're with them, like I never expect them to pay for anything. Like that's never part of the deal. We never really talk too much about like what they're doing unless they want to talk about it, but it's just like doing stuff. So you guys might have to watch Billy here, whoever my moderators are, because Billy, you're not helping yourself here with the blue wrench. So just take it easy, buddy. Chill out. In the late 80s. There are some West Coast online bike shops too. Yeah, we have an awesome bike shop about 20 miles from where I'm at. So Billy is new to the show tonight. So Billy, appreciate you. Just this is a family friendly show here, buddy. So yeah, we try to keep things in that vein. Bolo, did the cannonball run in Canada, I can tell you about it. So he's also a 7th degree martial artist, and he paints pictures. So he is a martial artist who paints pictures. Bolo. So pro athletes, no, their bosses are my acquaintance. So I don't know. Yeah. Actually, all my friends now are retired pro athletes who were pro athletes. So, and I could have a few of them on the show. I think I've talked to a few of them, and I said, what I want to do, what I would like to have you come on the show and talk about when you entered the NFL, like let's say, what were things that they immediately told you about, like safety and security? So one of my friends who played in the NFL for a number of years for different teams, and we were having this conversation, right? He said they immediately tell you to tell your parents to get additional umbrella liability policies because people show up at your parents' house and, oh, I slipped down a driveway and I'm going to sue you. Like that was kind of a common thing, right, in the NFL. And then they were telling the athletes, right, get these umbrella policies because people will just like try to around your house, like they'll slip and fall like on your driveway or and there were other things too of like if you're having pictures taken with people, there was a certain pose that you had because otherwise if people took like you take a picture of someone and then they would take that picture and put it in a calendar and then like suddenly it looks like you posed for a calendar, not saying appropriate calendar, but they would like sell the calendar. So like you're selling outside of licensed property in the NFL. So there was all the stuff you got coached on. And then everybody had a credit. It was like a credit card. So my friend showed me, he had basically a credit card, and it had numbers that you called if you ever like needed a ride home or you're in a situation that was uncertain or whatever. And it was basically parts of the team management, right? So they would come and get you or they would help you out or whatever. So it was basic, that kind of thing. So he showed me that. And, so yeah, if you're in a situation, right, where someone's like, oh, like you're eating at a restaurant and then they suddenly give you a $400 bill and they're saying, oh, we gave you this, whatever. And you're like, oh, I only ordered a $50 steak. But like call this number because yeah, they'll help you get out of situations where you're being manipulated. So, but yeah, there were things like that. I'd have to go back and kind of think and have them talk about it. But there was this program that the NFL had their new athletes go through, because right, it would be those types of things that they or their families would be targeted, or else just their personal safety, right? Like how to, like one thing, you don't see NFL players wearing their own jersey, like when they're out around town, like they're kind of pretty low key. Like they teach them, some gray man tactics and stuff like that. But it'd be a good show. Like I need to contact a few of them and see if they'd come on and to do that. I said they're all retired now. Yeah, bike stuff. Whoa. I fly fish, smoke cigars, pilot airplane, hang out. That sounds, Billy, you sound a lot like our good friend, Super Pilotish, but that is Graham Wilson. So, yeah. My bike tires are pretty worn. So I was looking and I'm like, yeah. Doc, I used to tattoo people. I only sketch now. Wow. So you can use that Safety Doc logo up there and tattoo. I will release the rights to that. You can tattoo, put that on somebody. All right. Well, hey everybody, we've been enjoying the new Shure MV7 microphone, which is right here. And so thank you so much for the great feedback. I've enjoyed this mic. I've only had it since this afternoon, but this is a $250 mic. It's USB or XLR. I'm running USB right now. It's a pretty substantial upgrade to the studio. Watched a lot of reviews on this. To me, it sounds better. It also was significantly smaller in size than my Yeti. So now I need to get the new headset to go with it, and I think we're in business. And then I'm getting the new webcam too, the Logitech Brio, which will allow me to kind of work on the white balance, because this one is an old webcam. Still works good, but I'm pretty faded out in this. So super chill, dude. Mike is on point, definitely. Thanks, Ron Wayne. Yeah. So I'm glad to hear that because, it's one of those things. If it doesn't work out, I'm like, oh God, then do I got to take it back? And then like, but it was time. I could hear it when I would edit. The Yeti was just not as good as it used to be. And I didn't really want to get another Yeti. And then if I ever go to the soundboard down here, right, this can easily switch over so it doesn't become something that's old cell phones work as webcams. Yeah, that's exactly what I did for the safety cam, Corey, which is it's charged to 100% now. The safety cam is my old cell phone. That's the one I had set up on a tripod for the start of the show, my S9. I thought it was S8, but I just got to shut it down here. But yeah, and then so I just plug it in the home network. I could plug this into a battery pack and it would last for the entire show. I think I'd actually use my tripod and then I have to kind of bungee it on there and make it work, which isn't impossible. Jeez. This thing's like, I'm going to shut it down here. Power off. Yes, power off. I saw that on a YouTube video where somebody did that once. I'm like, geez. So Bolo's a great dude. Corey Slater's a great dude. Ron Wayne is a great dude. Jim's a great dude. So, all right. Well, everybody, this is your good friend, Dr. David Proden from down here in the Northside Recording Studio. And remember, folks, Wednesday, October 26th, we have Bending Ballistics as our guest on the show. He competes nationally in shooting competitions. And he's done that for 15 years. He's going to talk about that. We're going to address the question and his perspective on should schools be considering arming teachers and what would that involve? And also he's going to talk about the rise of youth trap shooting throughout the country, right? Back in 2007, I think there were 3 teams. We have the statistics on it. And now there are like 44,000 teams or 4,400. It's really growing. And then there's this weird thing too, of like if you have a school that has a 0 tolerance for guns policy, like they won't have esports because esports might have a cartoonish gun. Well, do they have a trap shoot team? Probably not, right? So where do you go with some of this stuff? But anyway, for those of you who follow Bending Ballistics, he is incredible. He's a really insightful, thoughtful guy. Yeah, he's going to teach us about parallax. Probably, like, right, Bolo, you can ask him anything. And he, contacted me and said, hey, I'd like to be a guest on your show. I think here's some topics. So we already put together the show outline. Next Wednesday works in his schedule. So I'm really looking forward to that. And like I said, Lisa Lenny is coming on the show in November. We're going to talk about the law of necessity. Like, what if you have to break one law for the greater good? Like, what if you have to trespass in order to save a kid from drowning in a pond, right? But what if you have to, speed and follow someone who is a drunk driver and the 911 person's telling you, well, follow them until like the state patrol can catch up with you, like all these things. So Lisa's going to be on the show, and got our middle cat down here, Bojangles, who usually sleeps in this chair overnight. He's probably coming down here looking for the chair right now. So yeah, cell phones. I really like the cell phone as the side webcam because I don't have to hook it through the system. I just bring it in. I just have to come up with a battery solution, but I have the battery pack. I have to take about 5 more minutes in the setup to just make that work. Billy, well, thank you. You're new here, I believe. So thanks. Hopefully you subscribe to the channel and you're from your multiple channels. Those of you who also want to support the doc, The Velocity of Information, please get this book. Please review it on Amazon. I appreciate that. My other book, School of Airs, the audiobook is available. And that is $10.99. Otherwise, this book, I think, is like $22 new. But yeah, and there's so much in here. The Harbor Rescue from Lower Manhattan, 9/11, 500,000 people in 9 hours. How did that actually happen? That's a great book. That's all these Both these books are in the Library of Congress. They're worldwide. This book is in libraries in Japan, in Qatar, right? In Germany, and even in China. So, yeah, if you, are interested in what the doc does, right? Think about, do that for supporting the show. Bacon saying, wait, is Lisa going to join the show too? Lisa will be the guest, Bacon, on a show in November. So we've been working out the date. She's at a really crazy schedule, but she emailed me, I think, yesterday. And actually, the journal article that I wrote, I interviewed Lisa, and I quoted her in that. So it's really cool. But yeah, so Lisa will be the guest. So Squamish, British Columbia. This book is both books are in the Squamish Library. And so that just kind of underscores how awesome those books are. But I appreciate that. I would love to wake up, and when I wake up in the morning, I check what are the Dow Jones futures. So they're good or bad. I go to Amazon and I type in my name, and then I bring up both books, and I'm like, okay, are we still at 54 reviews for School of Airs? And are we still at 22 reviews for The Velocity of Information? And I'm like, okay. And if there's a new review, I'm like, yay. So, yeah. Billy's like, I will not subscribe until you're a mayor. Well, Billy, I don't know if you're aware, but I ran for city council in spring for alderperson, and I was defeated by 3-1. So I think it's a long road to mayor, because I got stomped on my bid for council of second district alderperson. The incumbent no longer was running. It was me and a newcomer, and I got thrashed. So the community turned on the doc, but in all jest, no. As I said, there were two good candidates running, and whoever got in would represent second ward well, and the person that got in is doing that. So, but yeah, so, all right. So Squamish. All right, buddy. So again, thank you so much. And we are getting there. We have so many shows, right? This is show 191, but we have 190 shows. The last show with Megan Usui. Oh my God, that's a great show of what motivates us to be fit. So she goes through millennials, through boomers, Gen Xers, through teens, and things I had no idea about. And if we were to do a national campaign on fitness, like, what would you do? And my approach in Velocity of Information, if I had talked with Megan before writing the book, I would have written it different. I would have written it the Megan approach. But that was a great interview a week ago. So, go back. Larry Lawton, America's Biggest Jewel Thief, Robert Travis, the crab boater, Justin Dooley, right? I mean, all of these are phenomenal interviews. So we're about 300 hours away from monetization, which is awesome. And I see we have 1,239 subscribers. So please subscribe and all of that. So thanks, Doc and Chan, on being me out. All right, buddy. Yeah, I think this cat wants this chair too. So first aid kit car is out of order. You bet. You guys, Jim. Oh, cat's down here. Big cat. So stay excellent, everybody. All right. I will take us out with a few clips here. So let me get over here to my clippuses. All right. Appreciate you guys. Make sure you get it on your calendar. It's going to be 8:30 next Wednesday is Bending Ballistics. Oh my God. I'm thrilled to have him on the channel. So Bending Ballistics will be here. And then, we'll eventually get back into our Mondays, but not on Halloween. I don't know if I do when it'll be spontaneous, and the following Monday's my birthday. So, all right. Take care, everybody, and leave reviews. Read my books and leave reviews on Amazon. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
How were the beans and chili that you had for breakfast?
They were delicious. Thank you for asking. But now I am very gassy.
I'm sorry to hear that. Who let the frogs out? Pew, That stinks very bad. I have to open the window. Oh no. My cap flew off and it was sucked into the engine.
Holy smokes, the engine just cut out. We should use the Decide model to help us make the right decision.
Mayday. Mayday. I am declaring a beans and chili emergency. Please advise for landing.
Flight 019er, 2 miles northeast. Turn left at 90. Maintain 4,800 to establish an approach. Engine 5, dispatch. Pockets of fire all around.
As chaos erupts, torrents of conflicting yet urgent messages gush from media outlets. What is the magnitude of the incident, and what should people do to protect themselves? Dr. David Perodin clarifies human behavior during days, weeks, months, or even years of chaos. Reporter James David Dixon of the Detroit News proclaims, "The velocity of information is an education in the way people react and adapt to change. Never has it been more important to sift facts and stories for truth and meaning. The velocity of information will teach you how people have done it in history, in the modern day, and even in prison. There are teachable moments on every page." Buy The Velocity of Information, Human Thinking During Chaotic Times. Available from your favorite bookstore or online retailer. A must-read for parents, teachers, and taxpayers. Dr. David Perodin has written the most honest book about the $3 billion school safety industrial complex. Attorney James Sibley proclaims, "A brave demonstration of speaking truth to power. School of Errors rips the lid off the billion-dollar school safety industry." Using real-world examples of successful responses in desperate situations, David contrasts the expensive window dressings pitched to panic parents with the inexpensive and effective approaches proven to actually work. Read this book before you let your school waste another precious dollar on meaningless safety theater. Buy the international bestseller School of Errors, Rethinking School Safety in America, now at Barnes & Noble or Amazon.
Describe the odor. Is it like when something electrical is burning? And so on. Ridiculous, right? We don't shift the investigation to the reporter, but that's covertly what the school district thought needed to happen to prevent their investigation scrambling principals from burning out. And as this paragraph smolders, it would be prudent to consider bringing students with disabilities from the sidelines of safety and center them to active roles of detecting and reporting threats. So we had a rather difficult meeting. Upon due diligence of examining the reporting system, I informed the district representative that I could not justify modifications to the existing model, as such changes would make the system less accessible to students. Well, that was a short chit-chat. The district folks believed, or hoped, that the threat input system could be modified and maintained with fidelity. I wasn't in alignment with that hypothesis, and so I was thanked and given notice that our partnership would be over at month's end. Business is business, but in school safety, it's never as simple as that. Hi, everybody. This is the Safety Doc with a face validity check-in here on March 31st, 2020. Bellevue, Washington has started a tool to report stay-home violations. This is from the government website in Bellevue, Washington. So we're going to scroll down here to My Bellevue portal and then to report gatherings. They've made it convenient. There's a map on the right. You can drag a location over here into address, write a description, and then also include photos. This is a practice we've seen in some areas of the country, but it's going to be more prevalent. Look for it in your area, probably in the next week or two.
Level Deputy of the Year is Dr. David Harrison. David is a speech-language pathologist specializing in psycholinguistics. He's the author of The Velocity of Information, Human Thinking During Chaotic Times, and has been teaching in our educational leadership program for more than 15 years. Students in his superintendent's current and legal issues course share, Dr. Harrison is helpful, organized, and empathetic, with content knowledge that is off the charts. Students in this course also share that they consult with David as they navigate especially difficult situations in their own districts. Thank you for sharing your talents with our students, David, and congratulations.
As chaos erupts, torrents of conflicting yet urgent messages gush from media outlets. What is the magnitude of the incident, and what should people do to protect themselves? Dr. David P. Perodin teaches you how to prevent mental burnout by observing indicators and building a robust member check network. Reporter James David Dixon of the Detroit News proclaims, the velocity of information will empower its readers. Drawing on current events, history, interviews, and scholarship, the velocity of information is an education in the way people react and adapt to change in this fast-spinning world. Never has it been more important to sift facts and stories for truth and meaning. There are teachable moments on every page. Buy The Velocity of Information, Human Thinking During Chaotic Times. Available from your favorite bookstore or online retailer.